Why? Because this pandemic showed the strength of Indian academia, R&D, and industry to the whole world, that where our companies, where our academia, and where our research institution stands when it comes to standing to the, rising to the occasion, right? We have companies like Serum Institute of India, Genova Biopharmaceuticals, who stood to the, to the occasion, and they delivered what other countries could not do, right? So that is also one of the aspects. We have academicians and researchers who have in a way given us the exemplary, I would say, advances and technologies in this domain. And having said that, we are having distinguished guests today, like Dr. Ashok Giri, Dr. Rajesh Singh, Dr. Rekha Singhal, Dr. Janaki Chintalapati, Dr. Anima Nanda. So these are all stalwarts in their own field. We also have Dr. Ashok Khankar with us today. So these are all exemplary leaders from industry, academia, and R&D sectors. Those who have gone beyond the boundaries of their own domains of industry, academia, and research, I would say, and they have come up with the technologies that we will be hearing from them today. So these are the perfect leaders on the occasion of Guru Purnima. Isn't it the perfect occasion to have all these gurus of their own respective sectors today whom will be listening? So it's a treat. I'm sure we are sitting in Tip Top International, but then we are going to enjoy this scientific treat more than what we will have at the lunch time probably. So I welcome you all, sir, madam, and then we are looking for your session. And then we'll hear from you, and we'll, in the afternoon, after the plenary talks, we are going to have a session where we are going to discuss and we are going to hear their thoughts, how we can, as a sector of biotechnology, contribute to the Indian economy, also to the research and development aspects, right? And where India will be in 2047. So welcome you all, and I'm sure you are going to have a nice time. And my, in a way, assurance to the guests also, that I'm sure that you will be, in a way, our students will not, in a way, make you unhappy. They will be after you, and they will be after you after these sessions also in the time to come. And we also like to have you on our campus, where we can have more close interactions with the students and faculty members. So thank you all for joining. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So we begin our sessions. First, we'll be felicitating our session chair, Dr. Rekha Singhal, ma'am, at the august hands of our Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Milind Pandey, sir. I request Anup Kale, sir, Murthy Chavli, sir, to please join us on the stage so that we can felicitate our session chair, Dr. Rekha Singhal, ma'am. Dr. Neeraj, sir, please, if you could join us. Thank you very much, everyone. Now we'll begin with the sessions. So I'm sure you guys must be very much excited to hear to our esteemed guests. We have lined up brilliant talks by all these eminent scientists. Before we begin, please allow me to give a very small announcement for all the esteemed speakers. For timely management of the sessions, we have set up a timer for each talk. we aim to also accommodate some question answers from our budding researchers. So we'll be informing each speaker with a single bell, which indicates that the time is up, and a double bell indicating that the time for the question answer session is also up. So I request all the respected guests to please adhere to the timing so that we can have these question answers and make it a lively session. So with that, I request our first speaker, Dr. Janaki Chintalapati Madam, who is from CDAC, Bengaluru. She is Scientist E from CDAC. Can we have a citation, please?
So, Namaskara to one and all. Happy Guru Purnima. So, I feel privileged to be part of this gathering, that too on the Guru Purnima, that first talk. It's a very interesting topic that is on the mental health. Okay. So, I come from CDAC Bangalore. I'm working as scientist F there. So, I've done my PhD in bioinformatics. Friends, I tell you to all the students, so bioinformatics is a subject where you understand both biology as well as the computational part of it, right? So you have an edge over other people because you can be a bridge between the biologist as well as the computer scientists. So you can understand what biology people want to do, and you can develop algorithms, and you can build databases, web applications, and you can work on the advanced technologies. So using your informatics skills, and at the same time build applications that could be beneficial for the scientific community. So in the last 20-25 years of my CDAC journey, if you see, so I have not just only worked on bioinformatics, I have looked at various other aspects like data analytics, artificial intelligence, natural language processing. So we have been working on various applications which really demand high performance computing. So I am sure, last 2 days, you all know Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir very well. So we have the privilege of having Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir as the founder of CDAC. So I feel very proud about that. And the award what he got yesterday, it gives immense pleasure to me to know that he got the award which he truly deserves. And at this age, the kind of passion he has for the science and the kind of, innovations he's working on. He has been, continuously working on new fields like quantum. And of course, he is part of the National Supercomputing Mission. So friends, I'll just, can you please put the slides? So my topic today, though I have been put in the bioinformatics field, so I'll be talking more on the mental health side. So where we are working on a project which is very close to my heart. And this project is a project which is supported by Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. Here there are many challenges. So mental health, if you look at it, so it's not just one aspect, there are various dimensions to it when you talk about the mental health. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach. So to address this kind of issues, so how to look at various aspects. So I will just talk about 2 of them. Not working battery. Yeah. So how many of you are from bioinformatics? So who has studied bioinformatics? The students sitting here, anybody is there? Okay. Oh, all are studying bioinformatics, that is great. Okay, so can you please move to the next slide? Okay, so just when we talk about Viksit Bharat, so we heard from, last 2 days inaugural session. So Viksit Bharat is nothing but we are trying to achieve 30 trillion US dollars economy for Indian economy by 2047. So who are the major drivers for this? You all are right, youth sitting over here. So you are the major drivers of this Viksit Bharat, what we are aiming at by 2047. So are we prepared? Are we ready to address this? So what is that need to be? Can you open the PDF for the? Yeah. So if you look at this, so youth, as I said, they are the major drivers of this. So they are the one who should socially get connected, who has to collaboratively work to come out with innovative ideas, work on the technological innovations, right? Yeah. So you all agree, right? So if your mental health or if your health is in a very good condition, you will be able to contribute. So when we talk about the health, so health is nothing but mentally, physically, and socially well connected, being in a good condition. Okay. So youth in, I'm sorry for the slides. Moment. Okay. So this is a statistical analysis which has been done in 2022. This is done by Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Government of India. So they are saying that youth, now currently it's 27% of population is, of, now this is, so we have nearly 351 million youngsters. So when we say youth, so every country has their own definition about the youth, the age group when we talk about. In India, 15 to 29 years is considered to be the youth period, okay? So the 27% of population has, the youth population here. So the major contribution for our next 2047 vision is by the youth. Slowly it is declining, however, but still we will have a huge population in this particular age group, 15 to 29. So when we say about the health, as I said, so mental health, physical health, if both are in good condition, then only the workplace, the work culture, everything will be in a good shape. So even one particular parameter, something goes wrong, you see that, the stress, the various other anxiety, so many other conditions prevail due to which the workplace, the culture, everything will really not be in a good shape. So we have to, this is a mutual thing between the mental health, physical health, as well as the workplace health, what we are talking about. So this is a figure which, the thorough analysis which has been done by Kriya University in 2021 in the pandemic time, where they have seen what is the mental health coefficient in the country. So if you look at the age group, in general, average age group between 18 to 74 years, so it looks very neat and clean, right? So as the mental health quotient is very high, we say that the person is individual is in a better health condition, mental as well as a physical health condition. But if you look at the average mental health coefficient of youth in India, this is alarming, right? So everywhere it is red. The health coefficient, mental health coefficient is very, very low. So significantly low, less than 25. So what is the reason for this? Okay. So we really need to address this particular problem looking at the multidisciplinary approach. Some of the states it's much more alarming actually. So we are going from the flourishing stage to the languishing stage, which means that, happy stage. So when the child is, below 10 years, they are, happily playing with friends. The social connectedness is there. But as you come to the teenage, so we see that they don't want to mingle with everybody, they don't want to go and play. So slowly they will be isolated from everyone. So this is a major cause for the anxiety, stress, what we are seeing these days. And there is a lot of peer pressure, right? And support system should be there in the family. The parents should understand that yes, the child is going through some kind of stress. There is a need to address that particular problem at a very young age, so that by the time they are, 15 or 20 years, they are able to stand on themselves, like they are able to sustain themselves from various other conditions. So this global burden, what we are looking at, so I think Amit Kaleji has rightly set the stage, talking about the Viksit Bharat and the global vision of this. So the kind of global burden what we see right now is very huge. That is 10% of the global disease burden is because of various mental and neurological problems, right? And if you look at the lifespan, we are hearing many suicide cases. Actually, 2 days back in the inaugural session, Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir has rightly mentioned that if you want to become Vishwa Guru, we need to be dedicated, we have to have devotion, we need to be spiritual, we need to have a decorum, and so many other aspects are there. So if you want to achieve that, so we have to really work on the direction of mental health, proper mental health, right? So this average lifespan is coming down. So there is a worry in the community that why the number of suicides are increasing, why the students are not able to come out and express their feelings, or they are not able to say what is the what is bothering them. So if they, because of which we are seeing that there is a 10 years of shortage in the life expectancy. Various cases we are hearing about this. And every 6th Indian needs help to improve mental health. So I believe that it's not every 6th individual it is actually every 1 in 3 or 1 in 2 probably need mental health. Even as adults, we also go through many mental health conditions. It's not mental health condition, different kinds of stress at our age. So women faces something else, and men at their professional level, they face some kind of mental stress. So every individual is going through something or other. But in the youth, it is much more prevalent because they are not able to express themselves in the way they are supposed to come out of this particular problem. So what we are hearing is disability adjusted life years, that is DALYs, what we call it as. So number of years we lose because of these mental health conditions. So how do we measure this? This is nothing but years of life lost due to early mortality, and plus the years lost due to the disability. Disability due to various conditions. Mental disorder is also one of the disability what we look at. So because of this increase in the number of DALYs, if you look at the economic value, that is the loss, the burden what we are seeing is estimated at approximately 5 trillion USD. This is a huge number, right? Because we are not being productive, because of the stress conditions, because of the burden what we have. So the youth or even the adults, they are not productive enough and not contributing to the economy in the way they are supposed to contribute. So what are the major barriers we see? One of the major barrier is stigma attached. At least in the urban areas, it is far better because, parents slightly understand the problem. But in the rural areas, it is much more challenging because they feel if the person is depressed, they don't even understand the person is going through some kind of depression. They feel that, the person, they treat in some other way. So in the rural population, it is much more challenging. And so this stigma is something which we need to really look at. And what are the different risk factors if you look at? So it is biological, it is environmental, it's social, different socio-economic factors. Because of the poverty is one of the things. We heard from Dr. Anand Joshi ji on the inaugural session that first we should keep working, for the economy. That is the only way we can address this particular problem, right? So, socio-economic conditions should be improved. So that is not in our hands. As a biologist, we can look at the biology aspects, how to address this biological, reasons or the genetic factors. And we are also looking at the social aspects like, the stigma attached, what kind of digital tools we can launch so that we can create a kind of awareness in students. And we can provide a self-help tools. So it could be a mobile app, it could be any kind of, some kind of sessions with the counselors which can timely help them with helping them to come out of this kind of stress conditions. So this pathways, prevention is better than cure. So what CDAC is working on the prevention side, so we are not looking at the illness, but we are looking at how to prevent at a very early stage so that we don't, need to address once the illness starts. It's very difficult because it goes to the psychology, psychiatry, and various, the drugs. So it's a different, altogether different pathway what we see. So if we can early prevent this particular condition, we can help the youth in a long run. So these are some of the projects which we, at CDAC, we are working, CDAC Bangalore. So one of the first project which I discussed is MANAS. This MANAS is Mental Health and Normalcy Augmentation System. So when I say augmentation, it is that how to actually augment the mental health with more scientific content. So that if I can give you a tool, if I give a mobile app to you, saying that, okay, today morning you first log into the app and see where you stand with respect to WHO scale, whether you are mentally fit or not, where are you lagging, whether you are lagging in the time management, whether you are not good in social connectedness, or you are not good in sleep. So the sleep disorders are many these days. Or if you are not very good in many other aspects, emotion-wise, if you are not able to control your emotions. So there are various modules which we look at when you look at the mental health aspect. Okay. So this is a particular project which we have been working closely with AFMC Pune, NIMHANS, Bangalore, and we have many other collaborators from all over the country. The Central Institute of Psychiatry, we have a National Mental Health Program coordinators from Chhattisgarh. We have Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, the Vice Chancellor, Madhuri Kanetkar Madam, who is really helping us in working on this particular project. So this is a project which is supported by Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. So the other project which we are working on the mental health related is epilepsy. So epilepsy in Hindi we call murgi, what is it? What is it? Epilepsy in Hindi, what do you call it? Mirgi, mirgi, sorry. So it's a mirgi. I'm from South India, so I hope you can understand this. So this is a major, one of the major challenge because in epilepsy, the anti-epileptic drugs, if you look at the anti-epileptic drugs that are available right now, so 30 to 40% of patients are resistant to these particular drugs. So we are actually working closely with NIAS, that is National Institute of Advanced Studies, to understand what kind of drug molecules or the drug targets need to be identified, the novel drug targets that could be identified using bioinformatics approaches, even molecular modeling studies, to come out with a kind of new molecules for the epilepsy. So this is one prestigious project which we already completed and next phase is going on. So next. The third project which I have listed is on the autism. So autism is one of the major challenge when you look at the child. The child will be hesitant to look into your, look at you and speak. Autistic children, they are, very shy in nature. They are intellectually very, intellectual quotient is very high in them. However, the challenge with them is they don't want to see eye contact will not be there. They don't want to do eye contact because of which, they are not able to read in the normal schools. That is, so because of which they need to study in the special schools. Special schools means the curriculum is completely different for them. It's not the normal curriculum what a normal child goes through. So these autistic children need to be, with mild disabilities need to be addressed, or the education will be completely different compared to the normal child. So we are also closely working with NIPID, Secunderabad, and Regional Council of India centers to address this particular autism with mild disability problem. The fourth one is a very, very much which you can all connect with. This is a Param, which is Pathways to Resilience for Mental Health. This is the project where the biological data, genomic data, and even brain MRIs, everything is being collected, the longitudinal study is being done. So this is a project which is launched last year only. So this is a 5 years project. So where 10,000 children data will be collected. So this is a project in collaboration with various prestigious prestigious institutes in the country. And each institute will have a responsibility of collecting the blood samples, for genome sequencing. Some will be working on this particular MRI studies on to understand how the neurodevelopmental, neurological development is happening in the child from the birth itself. So that, you can actually prevent or understand the brain development at a very early stage. So this is a very interesting project where we in the next 5 years we'll be looking at very interesting results. So when I discuss these 4 projects, so 2 aspects I am looking at. One is the digital tools and the other one is the genomic aspects. How much time? Okay, fine. So I'll quickly cover this. So this is, I think this data I need not show. In the COVID time, you all have gone through some, I'm sure, like because of our close relatives or, family people or friend circle, somebody or other were going through this COVID. This COVID period was very, very bad for everybody. So this time, when we have looked at the data, then this is where the Manas project was launched in 2020. The first app, the first mobile version has been launched in 2020. So I'll quickly skip this. So I will, you can actually search for Manas Government of India app in your Play Store, Google Play Store, and download the app and try yourself. I request all the students to kindly please download this app and use for a few days and give your feedback to us. Okay. So you will understand how to do, manage the time in a smart way, and how to have a good sleep. So there are suggestions like recommendations given by the experts. These are recommendations given by the experts from the NIMHANS and AFMC. They have suggested what kind of module need to be given, what kind of content to be given for addressing this particular problem. So every module is designed by the experts, not done by the CDAC, because we feel as a technology partners we can work on the applications, but domain experts are the one who will give us the right content for this. So the deep connect also, like, many who is lagging in this kind of connecting oneself, like, first we have to understand ourselves. So deep connect is something to do with ourselves, not with the social connectedness. So there are applications, there are modules like mindfulness, emotion-wise. So I'll just quickly skip this. So last year we have conducted a Codathon program where we have invited students from, and students from all over the country. They have participated. 553 registrations we got. So the idea was to come out with novel ideas for mental health. It could be anything, like it can be a gaming application, it could be anything on the biological aspect also. So what is that you feel that you can contribute for the mental health? So these ideas came up. So if you look at the biological studies, so very interesting studies has been done with respect to mental health. So even the binge eating disorders, so untimely eating. So what kind of genes are involved in this? So extensive studies has been done on the genomic side, where people have looked at what are those genes which are expressed, or what are the loci where you find these particular genes with respect to this particular disorder. Anxiety disorders, what are the genes that are differentially expressed. For anxiety, what are the genes. So if you look at these particular studies, you will understand the importance of bioinformatics. this supercomputer has both GPUs as well as CPUs. So the first supercomputer was launched in 1991. So after that, if you see the progress, now we have more than 20 supercomputers across the country, which are being used by, this one, material science, we have for computational biology, we have for weather forecasting, this application. So we have one supercomputer at CDAC Bangalore. This name is Param. So the name means parallel machine. Actually, the name Param stands for parallel machine. It also have a Sanskrit name. So the significance is like, Param means it's great, right? So something which, so all our supercomputers have named with Param. Param Brahma, Param Shiva. We have Param Shank, which is going to come in 2026, 27 sometime. So all our supercomputers are named with Param. So we have one at CDAC Bangalore, which is nearly 1 petaflop computing power. And we will be having 120 petaflop computing power supercomputer by next January. So friends, like we have to work collaboratively for mental health problems. So bioinformatics, not just bioinformatics, when you look at bioinformatics, you have to see what kind of problems you are going to address in mental health, looking at the genome data. And we are also looking at the digital solutions. And we are also working on advanced technologies like large language models. So ChatGPT, everybody must have used, right? ChatGPT. Anybody who never used ChatGPT? Okay. So we are working on large language models to understand both mental health content, how to actually come out with the chatbots for this mental health related projects. So thank you. So I'm sorry I have not covered much on the bioinformatics, algorithms part, because my PhD project, my thesis, if you see, in bioinformatics, I have seen many challenges in bioinformatics. The major challenge what I see is, how do you tune your parameters first? Even if you use a simple blast to understand what is the correct E value to be set for the optimal results, that itself is a major challenge. So I had to work on this particular blast problems itself for 1 or 2 years. So in bioinformatics, multiple challenges are there. You can discuss with me after this talk if you are interested to understand the challenges in the bioinformatics, that is algorithms aspects, if you have anything. Thank you all. And thanks. I immensely thank the organizing committee, Bharat Kale sir, who has invited me, Gopinath ji, who has coordinated with me, Amit Kale, Dr. Amit Kale, Anup Kale, Anup Kale ji, and Milind sir. So all the organizing committee for inviting me to this wonderful event, 3 days event. All the best to everyone and to the organizers for the success of this particular event. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janki Madam. She has highlighted significantly alarming status of the mental health in her talk, especially in the Bharatiya youth. But she has also showed that there are some initiatives which have been taken up by CDAC, which uses bioinformatics tools to prevent the mental illness. I'm sure that students must have noted some of the applications, especially those who have had genomics and data sciences kind of aspects. She has talked about something called as Jivas. I want you to ask questions on that. Okay, now we'll have the felicitation first. The questions can be kept towards the end of the session. We'll be having the roundtable conference. That would be an open forum for the students so that we can have good discussion among that. Before we move on to the next, I would like to request Dr. Rekha Singhal Madam to join us on the stage and felicitate Dr. Janki Madam. Dr. Rekha, madam, if I can request you to stay on the stage. 1 minute. Next, we move on to the next speaker. So we have Professor Dr. Ashok Giri, sir. I request sir to join us on stage. He is a chief scientist at NCL and former head of the biochemical division of National Chemical Laboratory. We request Dr. Rekha Singhal, madam, to felicitate Dr. Giri. Dr. Ashok Giri, sir, is an eminent scientist and an excellent speaker. We all must have heard at least once in our tenure at MIT from him. He'll be talking on biosynthetic pathways of Alfonso mango fruit flavor molecules. So please join in welcoming him.
This works? Good morning all. Happy Guru Purnima to all. Actually, I feel students are also our gurus. I think most of my senior colleagues will agree that we learn a lot from our students also. So it's very auspicious day and it's a privilege. At the outset, I would like to thank all the organizers. I don't want to take name, but all of them were so nice and so well organized conference. So always pleasure to attend the programs at MIT. It's always nicely organized. What I'm going to cover today is basically the work that we carried out on mango. I mean, everybody likes mangoes. Just now the season is over. So I wanted to have that taste for some few more days that what we have actually achieved to understand the aroma of the mango, and particularly not only at chemistry level, but at biochemical, at genomic level, and so on and so forth. So just before starting my talk, this is one of the very interesting statement at NCL. If you enter into the NCL premises, it has been said by our founder director, Professor McBain, saying that the purpose of this laboratory is to advance the knowledge and apply chemical sciences for the good of the people. And I think this was done when NCL was inaugurated in 1948. And I think this is very much relevant today, what we talk about translational research and so. So I'm coming from the Biochemical Sciences division. We have three main areas. One is microbial technology, and all of you know, I'm sure, as a biologist, you must have been definitely got some cultures from NCL. So we have a very nice characterized microbes that we give to the academics. So microbial technology, and then we also try to exploit how we can use these microbes or microbial diversity in the form of chemistry, in the form of enzymes, in the from the genes for various applications. The other group which I belong to is called Plant Molecular Biology Group, which was founded in 1977 in Biochemical Sciences Division by Professor Anjekar. And we work in three different areas at the moment. We especially my group works on eco-friendly crop protection strategies. We also try to understand metabolic pathways of aroma and nutraceuticals. Today I'm going to talk about mango, by the way, but then there are other systems that I work. And then sourcing nanoparticles from plant systems, also some of the work is going on. And the third group in NCL is disease biology, which is a very young group. And we work on diabetics, cancer biology, as well as molecular parasitology of antiparasitic screens. Actually, we have set up antiparasitic screens also. It's very important because I see there are some pharmacy students and faculties here. Coming back to the area of plant specialized metabolite. So as I said that I'm going to talk or elaborate a little bit more in next 20 minutes on mango. So basically we are trying to understand the phenotypic and chemical diversity. Then what is that speciality? Like all of you have tasted all the mangoes, but Alfonso has a different place. Why it is so at chemistry level, at genetic level, at biochemistry level, that's what we are trying to understand. And if you understand the biosynthetic pathways of these specialized molecules, can we engineer them? And probably I will shed some light on that as well. So other project going on in my group is again working on a very, again, auspicious plant called Ocimum tulsi. And we know only Ocimum teniflorum or Ocimum santon, but we have more than 50 different species. And we are trying to exploit the important molecules that have a lot of applications, not only in the healthcare, but even other applications. So we are exploring that as well. I'm not going to talk today about it. I work with these two fruit crops, tomato and potato. This is a collaboration with Israeli group from Weizmann Institute of Science. And we try to understand how these anti-nutritional compounds, I mean, all of you must have been learned that we should not eat green potato or the tomato peel is actually bitter taste. So we are trying to understand this pathway of steroidal glycoalkaloids, and we have now come up with the genome editing strategies, how we can reduce them to greater extent to increase the nutritional value of these staple foods, actually potato as well as tomato. And also my group is also working on exotic plants which are becoming endemic, but they are very rich source of very specialized metabolites, something called serapazine or even Gloriosa superba, which has this colchicine. So I'm not going to talk about it, I'm going to talk about mango today. So I think, I mean, the background I just wanted to give you that when I was doing my postdoc in Netherlands in 2000, I was working on strawberry, and when I joined NCL as a scientist, I thought mango could be a good option. And that's how we started this working on this mango. And in strawberry, I mean, all of you know there's a one color, little bit difference in the size, and aroma is probably the same in all. I did not realize mango is so complex. And I feel that why we are also complex, probably we eat complicated things like mango. So there are several varieties, several colors, several species. I mean, it's quite interesting. Basically, I mean, mango, I just wanted to say that it is originated from Southeast India. It is the oldest tropical fruit. We have more than 1,000 cultivars, and it's important source for foreign exchange. So these varieties we used initially with the help of Agriculture University to understand, like we cannot work on 1,000 varieties, so we selected 70 varieties, and we try to understand what is the molecular diversity at genetic level. And to our surprise, that, I mean, each of the variety has very different genetic background. I mean, we screen only 100 ISSR markers, out of which actually 40 gave a amplification, and out of that 33 were polymorphic. And one of the example of this polymorphic markers are like this. Like for example, you see that there are various bands, and that can be used as a, to differentiate the cultivars. And we could use more than 420 scoreable applications, actually amplicons for their, to understand the diversity. To understand the flavor, this was a more genetic diversity, and we have a lot of data, but I just wanted to give you that what are the biotechnical aspects that we used. So to understand the aroma, we again, out of that 70, we selected 27 cultivars and try to understand only with GCMS. I mean, there are like now we have LCMS data, and I mean, we have detected thousand of compounds, but as far as the volatile compounds are concerned, so we could detect more than 85 volatiles, and to our surprise, and which is actually quite obvious, only few of them are actually common in all cultivars. That means why each mango has a different taste. Probably this is the mechanism. And I make this slide something like, we have not shared this data with Katrina, but she says that she knows what is the Amsutra, but I think it is much more complicated than what we expect, by the way. So the flavor is not so simple. It's a very complex trait. And I think I'm not the expert in it, but it has orthonosal olfaction, retronosal olfaction, as well as gestation, and that we really see. For example, I can tell you, when you say that mango has a very nice aroma, but then we wanted to eat also, and it has also unique taste. So it's all combination of these parameters actually decides whether it is a good good for us or good taste for us. And also it can vary from sometimes individual to individual also. For example, some people don't like some taste. So it's very complicated, and looking for the flavor characteristic of mango was pretty challenging when we have so much diversity into it. So, so if you, I mean, this is our data from 27 cultivars. So if you see very clearly that there are several cultivars which are rich in monoterpenes, whereas there is a, I mean, substantial amount of sesquiterpene, and most importantly, these lactones and mesoferrans, which I'm going to talk, they are very minor compounds, but they have very high threshold values. And these are quite interesting. And if you see the other varieties which are rich in sesquiterpene, except this pyre, most of these varieties are used for pickles. And all of you know that sesquiterpene has antimicrobial activity, so antifungal activity. And I think there is a logic, although our ancestors or even our earlier generation do not know what is the reason, but they know which variety has to be used for what. So we could identify very rich sesquiterpenes in these cultivars, by the way. And just wanted to tell you that these cultivars we analyze grown at one location. It's not something that there is geographical variation. So there are more than 100 plus cultivars at one place in one of the center called RFRS, Regional Fruit Research Station at Vengurle, near Goa. It belongs to Dr. Bharat Kogan Krishi Vidyapit. So what was quite interesting that time, see that how that diversity is there, and that is actually, in my opinion, a basis for that each of mango variety has a very unique aroma or unique taste. And that's why some people like Langra, some people like Kesher, some people like Pyri, some people like Afus. And especially people from Pune, if they eat hapus, they feel that other mangoes are not so good. But if you go to north, the definitions of good mangoes are very different. When I went to Israel, they feel Maya is best because halpus is so too strong for them. So that's what I say, that flavor is much more complex trait, and it has also adapt during like the way we eat. So these are the compounds. I don't want to go into the detail, but these are the compounds like monoterpenes, for example, sesquiterpenes. These are very unique for Alfonso, the combination of 11 lactones, which was not present in any of these varieties. Similarly, these mesoferrons like pyranol or mesiferrons were also not there in the other cultivars. So these probably make Alfonso very unique compared to other, mangoes as and based on our data, we help, that's what I said, that in the first statement that we mentioned that NCL's job is to use this knowledge for a common people. So our data, whatever the data we generated, it has been used by the farmers. We gave it to the farmers, and they have filed the GI application in 2012 based on our data, and then recently they got the GI application for the Alfonso. So that's how, we can connect to our research to the society. So then later on we came to know, or we redefine our questions more specifically, because within the Konkan region, there is a preference for Alfonso coming from Ratnagiri and Devgarh. All of you need to understand this is a clonal population. That means genetically they are same. And we do say that it is environmental effect. But what are the environmental effect and how it is actually reflected when it is a preference of the consumers comes? So what we did is we selected 3 locations from this Konkan region, starting from Dapoli to Goa, and we analyzed the fruits starting from this stage as well as other tissues, like these are the developing stages and these are ripening stages, and we analyzed thoroughly at chemical level, at biochemical level, or even at transcriptomic level, to understand what's going on, what kind of a programming that happens during this, and why we see the variations in these 3 locations. For example, we selected Devgarh, Dapoli, which is the agriculture university. Then there is a research station in Devgarh, which is near Vijayawada. Durg, and the third one is Vengurla, which is close to Goa. So these 3 locations, and we selected multiple plants, and I'm going to share you data only for, I will say, selected stages. So for example, the stage which is 0 DH, that means the day you harvest the plant, fruit from the plant, then 5 days, 10 days, and 15 days. This is the stage actually it's ready for consumptions. So when we looked and we analyzed this, the pulp of these fruits, we could very clearly see that these compounds are actually seen even at 0 DH, means the stage of this. So these monoterpenes are there, susciterpenes are also there. Even at 5 DH they are there. But if you see what happens at 10 DH, and I'm sure all of you have ripened the mangoes at home, and the mango aroma starts coming at 10 days after harvest, that means this stage, and you see that these are the de-neosynthesized compounds during the ripening. They were not there in the earlier stages, but they are start appearing at 10 days, that means 10 days after harvest, these lactones as well as mesopherons. And if you see what happens at 15 days, that means when the fruits are ready to eat, the levels of this levels of these lactones as well as mesopherons are very high. And if you look more carefully, Devgarh has high amount of these mesopherons compared to other regions like Dapoli and Vengurli. And that is probably the basis. Although genetically they are same, but there is a variation in the content of these metabolites, and that probably gives you better options or better taste, better flavor to the Alfonsos coming from Ratnagiri and Devgarh region. So, do more detailed analysis, which we call it as radar plots. The Devgarh fruits are more of lactonic, and the Dapoli fruits are more of a monoterpenic. And actually, this is not me, but everybody knows that how this actually differs. So that means this, these metabolites in the form of lactones or mesopherons are actually metabolite markers for the ripening stages. And we wanted to really work it on further. So what we did is we tried to clone now the genes, and we have patented 7 genes of Alfonso, which are making these specialized metabolites in the form of like, this is a very unique enzyme called enone-oxidase reductase or methyl transperases. And we are trying to characterize them and use them for making a metabolic pathway engineering. Can we produce these into the yeast, these metabolites with the mango genes so that it is more of a biologically driven? Of course, it's a challenging problem, but when we looked into the data, I will show you what happens. For example, characterizing this gene is quite easy because we express these genes into the bacteria, and then we could see that these compounds are synthesized. But what is more challenging is, like, for example, this molecule, which is mesophyron, has a lot of demand. I mean, it has been used in multiple applications. The compound annual growth rate is actually more than 6.3%. And most of these molecules is coming from the synthetic and not from natural. So there is always a preference, and where this molecule is used, there are a lot of applications in food and beverages, pharmaceuticals, animal feed, as well as cosmetic, and these regions are actually demand. So we are thinking of engineering, and we have attempted engineering for this. Is like, for example, the compound just now I mentioned, this mesophyron. So the few steps that we dissected, we have some leads here, how this fructose 1,6-diphosphate is converted into the following metabolites. So we have some leads here. Right now we have not revealed it. But then we are characterizing these 2 enzymes, enone-oxidase reductase and O-methyl transferase. But one of the biggest challenges in mango, we see there are multiple isoforms. So which one has to be used for metabolic pathway engineering is a big challenge, because in case of this compound, there are 16 isoforms, there are 9 isoforms and 4 isoforms. So these enzymes are actually pretty unique, but at the same time, we can say they are promiscuous. That means they can use multiple substrates. So we are trying to understand in the yeast and in bacteria which enzyme is more efficient, so that when we do a metabolic pathway engineering in the yeast, our titer is reasonable, which becomes economically feasible. So that's what we are trying. So we are trying to understand metabolic flux, substrate availability, gene and enzyme regulation, isoform complexity, as well as involvement and interference of the other pathways, that how these genes actually we can be like more, the flux is coming for this pathway, whether if you are expressing in the other system. So, so I just wanted to tell you a little bit how the programming, its programming doesn't happen. Madam said that programming happens in the computer, but programming happens in the life also. So in the mango, for example, all the genes which are required for lactone biosynthesis are there. But if you, as the end result, you see Alfonso is rich in lactone, Pyri has low lactones, and Kent has actually no lactones. So that means the genes which are responsible for lactone biosynthesis, probably we thought they are not there in the Kent, for example, or they are like less expressed in the Pyri, but it is not the case. The programming is not actually matching. It is perfectly matching in Alfonso, that's why it is rich, but it is not matching in other cultivars, and that's what probably is happening. So we need to understand that how this regulation happens and whether we can really manipulate this regulation by simple application of some chemicals once we understand how this is happening. Yeah, so another problem I'm not going to talk about, this is probably my last slide. So this is actually another problem in Alfonso. We have something called SACA. We call it a spongy tissue, and this is a very peculiar trait in Alfonso, and which actually has very severely affected, and more than like sometimes 10 to 15% of the hapus mangoes develop this kind of a SACA. It is not a disease, it is a physiological disorder. It's not an infection, but it is a very severe problem, and we are trying to understand what was, just 2 minutes I will finish. So what is most interesting, when we did a lot of detailed omics of it, we found that most of the things that we see in cancer, for example, reactive oxygen species or activation of GABA shunt or even lipid peroxidation is happening in these regions. For example, when this SACA is actually, so we did a lot of metabolomics, biochemistry, as well as the proteomics and transcriptomic analysis. That is what the results is coming. So it's quite interesting that how we connect these things to even the things. So in summary, if I have to say that we have spent considerable time. So we have 6 PhDs who has completed on mango, more than 25 research papers. We have 7 patents. But if you ask me how much we understand about hapus flavor, I will say very little, maybe 0.001%. That is the reality of life, and we need to accept that. That's how the biology works. And we are trying to now engineer. I mean, we have some leads there, but it is not so easy. So these are like, one of the questions probably might come later on. What happens in Devgarh region? So probably the day-night temperature between the day and especially when the fruits are growing on the plant, that is less. I mean, like difference is less, and probably that is the reason why Devgarh fruit has this aroma. And you will ask me why this happens, because the substrates actually gets accumulated in these things. So with this, I would like to thank. These are the 6 students who worked on this project. They are at different places. Sagar is in ISER, Ram is in Symbiosis, and all others are actually working somewhere. These are the current students working. We have strong support from Balasaheb Kokon Krishi Vidyat Dapuli, BP Patil, Pujari, and Zamre sir. And then my friend Sachin, I did not share that data. We analyzed some mangoes, wild mangoes growing in the forest, and we have a very exciting data set there. And I belong to this group called Plant Molecular Biology Group, and we enjoy the joint family culture. Dr. Ranjekar in 1977 started Plant Molecular Biology Group, followed by this Dr. Vidya Gupta, and right now we are scientists there. So we love having the joint family. So this is the only probably group, all the time we have 40 plus students working, and you will not differentiate whether the student is my or somebody else. So that's the culture we like. With this, I would like to thank again organizer for giving me this opportunity, and sorry for taking a couple of minutes extra. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir has talked about mango specialized metabolism, which highlights the biochemical reasons for the varied taste and aroma of the different varieties of mango. If it's allowed to say, I would say that Dr. Giri always amazes us with different research aspect from his lab, much like the tastes and aromas of different varieties of mangoes. So thank you, sir. Moving on to the next, I would request Dr. Rajesh Singh, sir, who is the Associate Director, Genova Pharmaceuticals Limited, to join us on stage. I request Dr. Rekha Singhal, madam, and Dr. Anup Kale, sir, to please join us on stage to felicitate, sir. Dr. Rajesh Singh is an industry expert and he will be delivering his talk on the biopharmaceutical theme. Thank you, sir.
That's fine. So which one goes? Okay. So this goes forward and this goes back. Good morning, everyone. So photograph you see and what you see here is different, right? Okay. So thanks, organizing committee invite me here, and I asked Dr. Professor Kale, like, who are the audience? So he said primarily students. So I kept that in mind, that the talk is to the students. You see a few words, science and technology, and Viksit Bharat. Why it is important to you, and why these people are like organizing such workshops and bringing you here, because you're the future, probably contributing to Viksit Bharat. And to tell you, the aspirations are, as even I have wrote, aspirations everywhere. Aspiration is in this room, in the country, in the company, everywhere, in any academic committee. Aspirations of the country is to build towards $1 trillion economy. And now, how you are going to contribute that $1 trillion economy? You will be the future, and you will be the future guru for that. So here I'm going to talk about how our efforts in Genova, where innovations and our aspirations are also towards Viksit Bharat. So we are a biomanufacturing company in Pune, in Hinjawadi, and we are biomanufacturing we make biopharmaceuticals. So we develop and innovate biopharmaceutical technologies, and our aspirations are to transform healthcare in a way to provide quality, affordable medicine. These are the medicines that what we have launched. So we have 4 platforms in our group. So we have a mammalian platform on which we have commercialized 3 products, tenecteplase, erythropoietin, and new coming up, bevacizumab. On microbial platform, we have filgrastim, pegylated asparaginase, and now recombinant asparaginase are what we're going to do. On mRNA platform, we definitely made a COVID vaccine, and we are the only one in the world besides Moderna and Pfizer, and so to make mRNA vaccine, and only one in the world to make thermostable vaccine. And I'm going to touch on that a bit. So I will just give few examples how our journey through innovation is there and contributing towards Viksit Bharat. So I will just take example of tenecteplase for acute myocardial infarction. In very common term, we say it's a heart attack. So before we came in, before we launched this product in 2006, this product was imported from US in India on named patient basis. Now what does it mean? Rajesh Kumar Singh ko heart attack hone wala hai, dawai bhejiye. Is it possible? But that was the only mechanism that was used to bring the medicine in India. And at that time, I would say the cost of one injection was about 1,75,000 per injection. So the distance between the life and the death was few minutes and 1.7 lakhs. So that's how we started with the cardiovascular disease. And when we talk about cardiovascular disease, definitely it's mostly a problem for low and middle income countries, and there are 80% deaths. And in 2018 also they said that 15% deaths, I guess 1990 they said 15% deaths are because of cardiovascular disease. And in 2019, thank you. And in 2019, it went up to 28%, which is not wrong because just 2023 it said 27%. So the predictions are not way off. So in India at the time, like we had first generation, second generation, third generation was not there. And that was the reason we chose to start with tenecteplase. The group started with tenecteplase because third generation was imported on named patient basis. So the technology innovation. So as just madam said about supercomputer and other things, at the some time there was this was the computing, the basic computing that was there. And today we have more powerful system on your mobile than what you see in this computing system. And today we are talking about clouds, cloud computing. Likewise, what we did, we just went through the traditional manufacturing of fermentation to next generation technology. And as a result, what you see that this big tank technologies, what we were using before traditionally, went into just this small systems. Now, how does it help to kind of control the cost? Now, if you can imagine, if you want to make or control the environment of this whole hotel and just this room, where ventilation and everything, these are the major costs. Even you cut over there. So this is our all innovations that helped us to make the product very competitive. Not only that, we are moving towards continuous manufacturing. Plus, today we are doing AI-assisted technologies that is helping us to produce the product consistently. So what you see here is basically the predicted path and actual experimental path, how it goes. So like you see when the rocket gets launched, so the blip goes on the predicted path. Likewise, we followed our manufacturing process. It blows on the blips. And it all are in-house developed. With this, definitely the product, Elaxim, is the one that treats heart attack. It's one single bolus injection. And we say in 5 seconds, your thrombus is gone. But in 2 seconds, your ECG gets straight. And what was the outcome? Outcome was that the Metalase, which is innovative product, and this is Elaxim, is our product, which is expensive. We are 100 rupees costlier. So we have made our effort fruitful, that to bring the innovator down in our country, even to bring that cost for 1,75,000 to be comparable with us. And they are forced to sell 100 rupees cheaper than us. And just to give you illustration, this is the cost, $8,000 even today in US, the same drug. So they manufacture in US. In US, they sell as TNKs. In the rest of the world, they sell as the Metalase. So one effort towards Viksit Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat. And not only that, we are the only one in the world to have published 22,000 patient safety data, and it's not us, it's the doctors who has published. And this is our global footprint with this product, and we are still expanding. So it was not sufficient to make it affordable, but also how to make it available well. That is also important. The problem is this. Actually, I have moved out the animations, so you just see as illustration. So best time for the recovery, the golden hours after onset of heart attack, is 60 to 90 minutes. It's very short window, very short window. And from home, you have to reach hospital. And this is the actual photograph clicked by my CEO on Bandar Kurla complex. And you can see there are 2 ambulances stuck in the traffic. And if that is the case, you can imagine the challenge of patient reaching to the hospital. And the issue with this medicine is that the ECG has to be taken, has to be confirmed by cardiologists that you have an ST elevation, and only after recommendation of cardiologist, the injection can be given to the patient. And injection can be given even by a nurse. The only challenge is the recommendation of cardiologist. And just for that, you have to go to the hospital. Now, we thought, can medicine reach to the patient? So at the time, to address this, we were just looking for the solution, and we saw that ECG was not having a data portability. So we talked with G at the time, Jeff Emlett, global CEO, and we had a meeting, and then he was so impressed that he changed the whole MAC system, the ECG, small ECG machine that you see in the hospitals, and made it data portable. He enabled that. And with our Elaxim and their ECG machine, we started a program called pre-hospital thrombolysis program. So before we reach hospital, the patient is already thrombolized. So as a pilot study we did in Hyderabad, and there is a case I'm just sharing with you. There was in Siddipet, around 200 kilometers from main city Hyderabad. And this was in primary health center. So this patient came in with STEMI, that is ST elevation, and having heart rate below 40. Yeah? And he was, so ECG was taken, was ported to Hyderabad main center, and ECG was connected, And I have skipped the slides because I could show you all ECG's transmissions, how it's going through the artificial intelligence. And then within 25 minutes, within half an hour, the patient was thrombolized around 200 kilometers from cardiology center. Patient was saved. So this is something like, a cycle, what I'm showing to you. ECG is taken, ported, cardiologist has seen, thrombolized, patient is saved within half an hour. And then what happens? It's like you get the time, then you can do other things, but your heart muscle is saved. That is important. So Pilot 2 study was done as a Mission Delhi. He's Dr. Sanjay Singh, my CEO, and other people. You can see big guys from ICMR and the places. And they launched a bike ambulance. Now a medicine goes on the bike ambulance and reach to the patient. And this was very successful and widely covered. So in a way, what I'm saying, how innovations are saving lives, which is important. And now in the phase 3, we would like to get into pan-India. In lack of time, I could show one of the videos on Project Heart, if it permits, otherwise it's fine. So our intention that this program should go in pan-India so that we can put smile on every family that are in stress. So this was our effort with acute myocardial infarction. Long ago, we understood that clot here is heart attack, clot here is a stroke. So even we kind of went for AIS, acute ischemic stroke. Of course, it took about, tested our patients that it took about 11.5 years to approve, but we were persistent. So this is, even today, the score is like more than 4,500 people suffer from stroke every day. And here also, as in heart attack, time is muscle, here is time is neuron. Every second you lose the neurons. So we launched Tenet TACE in 2016, and still we are saving a lot of people from getting paralyzed. And we are so happy that people, they send or share on the LinkedIn that patient went on the shoulders and they're walking back to the home. So this is like, we launched in 2016, and we are the only country in the world to have approved third generation thrombolate for the stroke. We started and world followed. And of course, the safety data was published. And as I said, we started, world followed 2016. We were the only world, and to tell you, the World Stroke Association was against us. That we are idiots to have third generation thrombolite approved for stroke. And after us, you see the level of publications they are going up. World has accepted that it is. And not only that, the people around the globe now, they are bringing their own guidelines. And we were also recognized for that. And in 2024, DCJ also approved this before it was 3 hours after onset of stroke, but now it's 4.5 hours after stroke. So they have revised the guideline for the stroke management. So this is the difference. The medicine that is important, it costs about 60,000, and us 30,000. Again, making it affordable and saving lives and putting smile on the family. This is asparaginase for acute lymphoblastic leukemia, very close to our heart. In the interest of time, I'm not going to say it, but I'll say, we were invited at Tata Memorial Center, and the head of pediatric division, Dr. Banavali, at that time, he said, 70% of these kids are going to die. This was around late 2012, early 2013. He said, can you guys do something? And we took the challenge. And we launched this product for ALL in 2014. And at the time, there was only drug that was available in the world that was coming from US, Oncaspar. And at the time, it was, the cost of vial was $35,000, it was $3,500. It was 5 doses. So doctors were pooling 5 patients together, the kids, and the parents were kind of pooling $3,500 altogether, and they were given the medicine. And at the time, we made it, again, affordable. And after we heard this term ALL, I mean, my kind of attention went to the advertisement that used to come in newspaper. And we used to see every second or third day, such advertisements were there for help. Bhagwan na kare kisi ghar mein cancer ho. And when you see, if you go to the cancer hospital and see the kids, it's a painful situation. But our efforts again are supporting this therapy. Today the price of Funkaswar, $26,000. And us is around 52,000. But also what we have done to make it more affordable, we have started Hamsil Junior, just single dose. So this is 5 dose, now single dose. A kid with a single dose is there. So likewise, what I'm saying, we are moving towards that and try to see, understanding our own problem, our own country's problem, what we need to address. Likewise, we just talked about COVID. We are the only one to have both COVID-19 and Omicron-specific vaccine, which was stable at 228. I mean, Moderna and Pfizer vaccine was stable at minus 70 degrees. For distribution, they all required minus 70 cold chain. And this was not a solution for our country. Our country has vaccine penetration on a backpack to the first village in the village from the border. So my CEO said that I won't accept it because I need a vaccine that is stable at 228, and it took some effort. And to tell you, in one of the meeting in WHO Southeast Asian region meeting, there was one vaccinologist, very seasoned vaccinologist from Australia. He said, what you guys did different than Moderna and Pfizer, that you could make it thermostable. I said, we took care of water. Especially for students, I'm saying. I said, well, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. It's your proprietary information. I said, no, I'm saying, technologically, I'm saying we just took care of water. Now, I'll give you the hint. Deoxyribonucleic acid and ribonucleic acid, what is the difference? One hydroxyl and one OH group is a problem. We just took care of water and made it stable. That's how the fundamental knowledge, what you get in your school, is very important. And that's how it builds to the nation. So Nobel Prize winners or the big scientists or whatever you see, they are no different than you. The only thing, they understand the subject in much clearer way than the others. That's the only difference. So it's just not that we make it, we also invest in the future. So we have a Abhyuday program where we take students for the internship program, and our mentorship program is not like for 2 months. We take students for a year. I mean, we have also talked to some of the institutions all around so as to remodify their course so that, they can invest time with us. Because, having 2 months or 6 months is a waste of their time and us because they don't learn anything. But after they spend a time with us for about a year, I mean, they become almost parallel with us and even better than us. So that's how, and we take very limited students, but we definitely invest in them and build them for the future. So that's how we do. And we have made, some difference with our efforts in some millions of life, and we aspire that, can we make some difference and put smile on some billions and family. With this, I mean, from Genova family, aligning with the missions, what we are talking about, Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat, I would like to thank you for your attention and your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was an enlightening talk on the different application-based research of Genova Pharmaceuticals, covering the cardiovascular diseases and also even going to the ALL. Next, we would like to have the invited talk by our session chair. So we'll have the plenary talk by our session chair, Dr. Rekha Singhal ma'am. I request ma'am to please be on the stage. We'll be felicitating madam by the hands of our Dean Academics, Dr. Akshay Malhotra sir, and I would request Dr. Anup Kale sir to please also join us. Dr. Rekha Singhal Madam is a distinguished professor at the Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai.
I need to understand the system. Only that much you have. For pointer. Yeah, good morning, everyone. First of all, greetings on the auspicious occasion of Guru Purnima, and many compliments to the person who won this award at Pune yesterday. I hope many more laurels come his way. I'm actually probably a last-minute addition here, but thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I have chosen to speak on something which is very fundamental to our existence, and that is food. So, sustainable food production and processing, which I think is an urgent need of present times. So, 1 second. First of all, what is sustainability? I think this audience doesn't require it, but yet in the interest of the students, sustainability is essentially a pursuit of harmonious relationship between human activities and to ensure not only our well-being, but that of our future generations, and by balancing economic prosperity, environmental protection, and social equity. And how do we do this? By conserving natural resources, reducing pollution, and fostering inclusive development and social justice. So we have to actually prioritize long-term viability over short-term gains, and where sustainability seeks to create a thriving world where we exist in balance not only with nature, but also preserving Earth's resources and diversity for the future generations, as already indicated. This is okay. So what does sustainable living mean? Sustainable living means, to see the sustainable development goals. There are 17 sustainable development goals which have been identified by United Nations, and they all have an interface between the environment, society, and economy. And all these 17 sustainable goals, you can see they are there in one or more of the 3 layers. For instance, for economy, we see Sustainable Developmental Goal 1 and Sustainable Developmental Goal 9 as well as 8. And if you see society, it is SDG 2, 3, 6, and likewise. Now, SDGs are territory specific. For instance, what is appropriate for Europe may not be appropriate for India. And we need to work out SDGs for our own territories, whether it is the state, city, or the country at large. Now, where do we stand as a country as far as sustainable developmental goals go? The 6th edition of Sustainable Developmental Report, which was released on July 21, 2021, suggests that we rank 120 out of 165 countries. And I think we are producing many items which are required for our human race, but are we producing them sustainably? That is the question. So can we improve our ranking, and how do we do it? Can there be an action plan? And we also need to understand that if we do not fulfill these, if we do not improve this rank, there is also a spillover to other countries as well as globally. Now, for this purpose, I think we need to inculcate the culture and spirit of SDGs in our daily life. Now, because I come from the food engineering and technology background, my flow of presentation is how food and global warming is connected. How do we manage food production and processing sustainably? How do we measure it? and some concluding remarks. If you look at food and global warming, what is the relationship? There is a reciprocal relationship between food systems and climate change. So you will see as there is an increasing amount of heat, drought, rainfall, storms, floods, which compromises food quality and safety, over a long-term period, there are other issues like greenhouse gas emissions and issues related to land use, water, energy, economics, and others. If you look at the greenhouse gas emissions from farm to fork, you will see at every step, whether it is at the land, farm level, even feed for animals, processing, transportation, packaging, and finally we, all of us are contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. Now, when you talk about greenhouse gas emissions across the food chain, we have to identify at which step of the food chain these global emissions are happening and to what extent. So if you see over here, the agricultural sector produces 8% of all the GHG emissions, 31% is by livestock and fisheries, crop production contributes to 27%, land use alone accounts for 24%, and supply chain, just transporting from one place to another, that itself contributes to 18% of food emissions. The carbon footprint was about 14.21% for food processing, of which 25% occurred during simple distillation processes. So we need to understand at what step in the food chain there is a problem of GHG emissions. Now, let us look at the dairy sector. We rank number 1 in milk production, but are we doing it sustainably? For instance, if you see, methane is the main contribution of greenhouse gas and which is produced from beef, and it is largely produced from belching and also from manure excretion and storage. So the manure itself contributes to methane, nitric oxide and carbon dioxide. Is it really serious? Yes. If you see, 2 cows produce as much heat trapping GHG as 1 car which can be driven by for 10,000 miles. So just 2 cattle over a period of 1 year. And we know how much cattle, we have the largest cattle population in our world. We have the largest dairy industry. We rank number 1. And so we can imagine how much GHGs are coming from this sector. It's not that our people have not thought about it. They are working on it. And you will see one of the mechanisms is the manure from the animal manure is taken, subjected to anaerobic digestion to produce biogas and digest it. The biogas then being used to produce thermal and electrical energy and subsequent applications, whereas the digestate or the sludge can be then used for biofertilizer, cattle bedding and food safety and soil improvement. So people have been working on it, but this has to improve and this has to increase by many folds so that our rank can go up from 124. Now, if you look at the food, the greenhouse gas emissions that exist from food loss and waste, they approach the levels from road transport, which we can see is 10%. It is much higher than even aviation and iron and steel. And this is an area which we tend to take very loosely. We do not think that, this is a problem. But you can see the magnitude of this problem from this figure. Now, why is food waste so problematic? The food waste is mainly organic in nature and it gets degraded, degraded into landfill gases comprising of methane and carbon dioxide, and it also produces leachate which contaminates the groundwater and which comes to us through the food chain. So it's a very serious problem and we need to understand it at its roots. Food waste is a big opportunity towards improvement of SDGs. In fact, they contribute to a total of about 9 SDGs. So if we can address this issue of food waste and how to tackle it responsibly, we can actually improve 9 of these SDGs. Now, just look at the magnitude. If food waste, loss and waste were a country, it would be the 3rd biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions. Okay? That much is the magnitude. And how this, and how we convert this food waste, how do we manage it? We have various techniques, as we can see, landfilling, composting, food waste, and many others, of which obviously the best one is the direct anaerobic digestion. This is something which we need to know, and we can improve upon it, this technology as well. Now, when we talk about food, all foods are not similar. There are foods of varying chemical compositions, and so you will see beef, which produces maximum of about 60 kilograms of CO2 per kg of the product, which is at the highest level. And in between, you see poultry meat 6, you will see groundnuts 2.5, bananas 0.7, nuts 0.3. So we cannot generalize food as a food, but even in food, there are many food commodities, and each one of them have their own contribution. And in fact, this has led to the whole development of plant-based meats or alternate meats. The whole business of plant-based meats is centered around this greenhouse gas emissions and the efforts to minimize it. Now, look at the loss in India. Here is our opportunity to reduce these losses. The losses are as high as 20% for dairy and meat to about 45% for fruits and vegetables, as well as for roots and tubers. I'm not reading all the slides, but just highlighting the problems which need attention from all of us. Now, if you look at the sources of food waste, they do have challenges, but they also offer some perspectives. For example, they are a source of nutrients, but they are also a source of contaminants. And because they are not managed properly, they become a global concern. But what are the options that we have? What do? We can have sustainable valorization. We can have approaches of circular economy. Then we have bioconversions and integrated remediation through numerous techniques, some of which are highlighted here: anaerobic digestion, insect food. Now, for this audience, you may be aware that insects are coming up as a big sustainable source of proteins and oils. And although we are not culturally, comfortable with the use of insects as food, but there are population segments in the Northeast where insect food is consumed. And there are other populations across the world where there is no such dilemma or cultural constraint in accepting these food resources. So if not for us, there is always an export potential for this insect, and I believe that a lot of work could be done in this area. Now, if you look at the enormous scale of food waste, the numbers here for China and India, they look very high. And that is because of the vast population that we have. But if one looks at the estimated food waste per capita, you will see that we are quite low. So we are at about 50 kg per capita. And you look at Australia, which is 102, Spain 77, France 85, and you can see that, we can, although we are low, but there is a possibility that we can reduce it further. How do we manage food production and processing sustainably? But we have to understand that food is not the only one. We cannot look at food in isolation. We have to look at it in connection with both water and energy because of the existence of water, food, and energy nexus. So you can see that we need water for energy. We also need water for food. We need energy for water. We also need energy for food. But we also need food for energy. So it's a complete nexus. And unless this nexus is addressed, we will not be successful in addressing the food waste or the food spoilage. Sustainable food production can happen through multiple techniques by reducing food waste, sustainable food consumption, which is at our end, and sustainable food processing as well as by distribution. And this realization that food loss and food waste is triggering climate change or is responsible to some extent for climate change has generated a lot of innovations in food technologies, of which the non-thermal food processing technologies are coming up in a big way. There are many such technologies that are being available and they are being used. Some of them have reached commercial levels and some of them are still under laboratory conditions. The basic principles of circular economy, I'm sure this house by now is very much familiar. And unless we actually start working on the principles of circular economy and then go on to circular bioeconomy, we will be in trouble. And also it is known that if we follow the principles of circular bioeconomy, we will be able to address 6 of the SDGs. Our focus has to be on the SDGs, which are actually set up by United Nations. Okay, increased circularity can directly support 2 SDGs and indirectly support about 7 SDGs. So circular economy therefore becomes very, very vital, and this circularity is not just for food, but also for the other areas. In the hierarchy of food waste management, the top priority goes to hydrothermal carbonization and green extraction, and the least is to composting and animal feeding. So when we have a waste, what do we do and what should be our order of priority? This is also something which the scientists need to understand. Just 2 minutes more. Integrated biorefinery towards zero waste campaign. This is also an important aspect for food waste valorization. And we have something called as integrated farming approaches towards sustainable management. So we need to look at the picture together rather than using them singly. And we have many integrated farming systems, of which I will just try to explain very briefly. On rice aquaculture integrated system, there are various pathways, but just to explain one, the green matter from rice and weeds can become the food for aquaculture pond trench, and the excreta can become the fertilizer for the rice field. And many such integrated systems are possible, and we need to develop and work on them. Finally, I would say about food system transformations. We need to think seriously about it. What are the drivers and impacts, and plan it for our own country. And because it has implications of coping with climate change, sustainable food consumption, viability and sustainability of ecosystems, as well as renaissance of rural territories. While doing so, we should be careful about human health. We should also ensure that human health is taken care of while these problems are addressed. The industry houses do take cognition. For example, if you see Coca-Cola, they have committed to address this issue by 2030 to varying extents. Zero waste economy can address right from farm to fork and through various technologies and with various outcomes. For example, industrial products, food and feed. I'm not dwelling too much into it, but there is a scope for products, processes, as well as the stage of production from farm to fork. The factory of the future will be zero waste is something which is confirmed by the industry houses as well. I think I will skip this. Precision agriculture, I'm sure, would have been covered elsewhere in some of these sessions, but we need this very seriously. And in this precision farming, there is integration required by Internet of Things for various purposes. And drones, robots, precision farming for sustainable agriculture is the thing which is required. And similarly, we have vertical farming, which has to now become the order of the day because it has already been accepted in many countries. Sustainable approaches toward food processing centers around edible coatings, green processing technology, valorization, food processing byproducts, and edible and composting packaging. Edible cutlery has become a big way, and many biodegradable packaging has already been developed. Okay, concluding remarks. Climate change and global warming need attention from academia and industry, as well as policymakers. For this, the life cycle analysis and sustainability evaluation should become an integral part of research. You need an integrated and multidisciplinary approach. It cannot be just done by chemists or biologists or engineers. You need that. And innovative thinking to change processes and products are required. For example, we have many oil processing industries. Can they become oil and protein processing industry? Can we make circular economy and zero waste a way of life? Can we monitor our own footprint? Can we avoid unnecessary packaging? This is one. For example, we have toothpaste, which come in a cardboard packaging. Do we really need cardboard packaging? This is something which we need to think of, and have sustainability engineering as a part of syllabus at all levels of education. And finally, I would like to say that food can spoil first by not
Eleven ten sharp. Okay? Yes. Okay. Hello, attention please. I request all participants and all guests to please be seated. We are going to start the session immediately. Those who are outside the hall, please come inside immediately. Please be seated. I request our faculty members to guide students inside the hall so that we can start the session immediately.
Students, please be seated quickly. I request the volunteers to guide the students at their seats. We need to start. Students, please be seated quickly. Those standing outside at the tees, please come inside. Volunteers, please guide the students to come inside. Okay, so it's an indeed pleasure to have one of the truly distinguished and very senior scientists with us. So I take the honor and privilege to welcome today's invited speaker. So we have Dr. P.S. Anil Kumar, who is the Head Materials Research Center at IISc Bengaluru. He is also a General Secretary for the Materials Research Society of India, which is a very renowned society. Dignitaries to be on the dais. I also request Dr. Anup Kale sir to join them. Also, I request Dr. Vikrant Gaikwad sir, Associate Dean, School of Engineering Technology, to join us.
You can use both actually.
Yeah, first of all, let me thank the organizers once again. I gave one lecture, the same lecture downstairs. So then I was told to give one more lecture here. So I will try to be as brief as possible. So the idea of this lecture is to give you an idea about what is quantum materials and heterostructures. You must be hearing about quantum materials of late quite a lot. So my idea is to give you some kind of a tutorial to make you understand, what is a quantum material, etc. So I did not modify the transparency. That's why I'm using the same thing. And this work, in the second half, I will try to show some work. This work is done by these students. And Abhishek has done his PhD and moved to, he's now a postdoc at the Harvard University. And Anantesh was an undergraduate student. He finished his undergraduate studies and went to Purdue University for his PhD. And Kunchalada finished her PhD and moved to Cambridge University for postdoc. And Gagan and Abhinav are the current students working, and they are just finishing this year. And Dr. Ganeshan is my collaborator. And I work on different areas like, magnetism, spintronics, quantum materials, etc. And of course, we get funding from different funding agencies. So what is a quantum material? So the quantum materials often exhibit novel electronic behavior, such as superconductivity, topological insulating behavior, or unusual magnetic properties. And the materials that are topological insulators, graphene, which all of you are aware of. You take graphite and exfoliate it to very fine layers, 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer, it's graphene, and wild semimetals, spin liquids, etc. I'm just telling you, if you look at Wikipedia, nowadays we all go to Wikipedia to get information. So if you ask for what is a quantum material, so I'm just reading this because this is important. Quantum materials is a broad term in condensed matter physics to put under the same umbrella materials that present strong electronic correlations and or some type of electronic behavior, or material whose electronic properties are linked to non-generic quantum effects, such as many materials. So the word non-generic quantum effect I have underlined. So you will soon understand why I underlined the word non-generic quantum effect. See, you might not have studied quantum mechanics, but you might have heard about classical physics, quantum mechanics, etc. So if I want to, say, move from this place to that corner at a velocity of, say, 10 km per hour, and I can precisely say that if I start from here with a stopwatch, when I will reach there. So that's the classical physics. But this kind of things will not be applicable to tiny objects like electrons, right? So in order to describe their properties, we start studying quantum mechanics. Finally, with the quantum mechanics, we understand the nature of electron movement in the solids, etc., many such things. So that's a conventional quantum mechanics which we are talking about. Now let me ask a question. Do the elements of the periodic table belong to quantum materials? If you take any element in the periodic table, starting from hydrogen, in order to understand its properties, we need to know quantum mechanics. So quantum mechanics is there to understand the property of each and every element in the periodic table. But in that sense, periodic table is in existence for centuries, and all these materials are available. So then why did we start calling these materials quantum materials now only? It should have been right from hydrogen, everything should have been quantum material long time back, but there is a reason. See, that is why I underlined non-generic quantum effect. That means the general quantum mechanics is used for all these things, whereas for quantum materials, we are invoking non-generic quantum effects. So the quantum materials can display quantum effects such as quantum confinement, quantum oscillations, quantum Hall effect, etc. So that are the materials that you call, there are many other properties, exotic properties. So I take an element from the periodic table, copper. So if I look at copper, copper does not show any such behavior. Quantum confinement, it doesn't show. Quantum oscillations, it doesn't show. Quantum Hall effect, it doesn't show. So in that sense, though we have to use quantum mechanics to explain the properties of copper, but it is not called as a quantum material, right? That is because it is not showing that exotic property which is a non-generic quantum effect. Now let us take another element, bismuth. But if you look at bismuth, if you apply a magnetic field and if you measure the resistance of this material, you see that the resistance oscillates. It's a quantum oscillation we are talking about. So bismuth shows these properties of quantum material. So bismuth in the periodic table by element form itself is a quantum material. Now let me take another example, carbon. Carbon is another element in the periodic table. If you consider carbon in the form of a diamond, doesn't show any quantum properties as I have described. No quantum confinement, no quantum oscillation, no quantum Hall effect. But the same carbon, if I convert into graphene, that means a graphite piece you exfoliate and make very thin layers, it's called graphene. The graphene shows all these properties, quantum Hall effect, quantum oscillations, etc. So it has got a very, the students who have not studied physics, see most of the solids, where we work with something called an electronic band structure. Once we understand the band structure, we understand the property of the material. So this graphene shows a very interesting band structure. So that is why it shows these kind of properties and we call it as a quantum material. Now if I apply a magnetic field and measure the resistance, the resistance oscillates. So this oscillations, or if I measure the Hall effect, the quantum Hall effect in this, all make this graphene qualified to be called as a quantum material. So you saw copper is not a quantum material. Carbon in the form of graphene, it's a quantum material. In the form of diamond, no, right? Let us take another element, because in the first transparency I said superconductivity. So if you look at mercury, which was shown to be, proved to be superconductor in 1904-1905 time scale by Kamerlingh-Onnes, by cooling down to the liquid helium temperatures, and it was observed that superconductivity was observed there. But in the present context, I will not consider this superconductor as a quantum material, because it's again non-generic quantum effects are not there. So we call unconventional superconductor. See, this is a conventional superconductor. Unconventional superconductor, so this is on the borderline in that sense. I said magnetic properties of materials. See, if you look at the periodic table, you have three elements which are ferromagnetic at room temperature, which is iron, cobalt, nickel. I am not saying magnetic at room temperature. The thing is that every element in the periodic table is magnetic one way or other way. Generally, our mind is set ferromagnetism as magnetic. Otherwise, you take any element, either it's a diamagnet, or it's a paramagnet, or it's a ferromagnet, or it's an antiferromagnet, or it's a superparamagnet. In any of the magnetic classifications, it will fall into. So in that way, I don't have a definition. I don't call any material as non-magnetic. So I say iron, cobalt, nickel are ferromagnets. But again, the magnetism of these materials can be invoked or understood with the classical thing. So in that sense, these magnetic elements are not belonging to quantum materials. Whereas with these elements, we make some compounds which shows spin liquid behavior. These are things a little bit advanced, and spin frustration, and those kind of materials are called quantum materials. Iron is not a quantum material, but you can have a superconductor made out of iron which is unconventional, that's a quantum material. So iron is not a quantum material, but some compounds containing iron can be quantum material. So this is to give you a feel. Nowadays India started the national quantum mission, etc. So then people start working on quantum material. This is to give you an idea. Yesterday Professor Sadish Ogle said that if you have a small particle, that is not a quantum material. It's a nanomaterial. All nanomaterials are not quantum materials. See, making a quantum dot of some material will not make it as a quantum material. It's a nano-sized object. But quantum material should have the definitions which I am telling, where the non-generic quantum effects should be present. So with this, let me give you little bit more tutorial kind of thing for the next 5-10 minutes. So topological insulator is a quantum material. So we know that some solids are insulating, some solids are metallic. For example, I take the same element carbon. When the carbon is made in the form of a diamond, it's insulating. The same carbon, when a graphite is formed, it is metallic. Same element, but two different forms, two different property. So these things we understood long time back in condensed matter physics, why some solids are metallic and whereas some other solids are insulating. But now, within the insulating material itself, there is new kind of insulators are emerging. One is an ordinary insulator. The second one is a topological insulator. Ordinary insulator means we know that there are electrons fully occupy the energy band, and the next available electronic state is far away with a gap, and that renders a band gap in a material. Whereas in a topological insulator, this band gap is getting modified by an interaction called spin-orbit interaction. So you need not know what is a spin-orbit interaction, but I just want to tell you, the spin-orbit interaction goes with the size of the atom. Z is atomic number. Spin-orbit interaction goes with Z to the power 4. That means heavier the material is or the element is, the spin-orbit interaction is strong. So that's why the topological insulators I'm going to talk about will contain heavy elements like bismuth, antimony, tellurium, selenide, etc. Right? So this is a topological insulator. So what is a topological insulator? So if I want to draw an analogy, you look at here. I have a wooden block, right, which is insulating. Now I wrap the wooden block with a copper foil. So what's happening? Copper is metallic, the wood is insulating. So that means inside, if you consider this wood and copper foil as a single entity, the inside part is insulating, whereas the surface part is conducting. This is an analogy. In a real topological insulator, this is not made of two different materials. Within the same material, the inner part of the material is insulating or semiconducting, whereas the surface is conducting. So this is a topological insulator. An ideal topological insulator is a compound where within the same compound, if you want to conduct electricity inside, it won't conduct electricity, whereas the electricity gets conducted from the surface of this material. This is a topological insulator, right? So don't take this wood copper analogy with you, because this is to tell you that one is insulating, one is conducting, but in a topological insulators, it's not two different materials. Within the same material, imagine a wood piece which is insulating, but at the surface it is conducting. It's similar to that. Now why that is important? Suppose if you have a material like this, the bulk of the material, deep inside the material, it is insulating, whereas the surface it is conducting. The surface is conducting, not only it is conducting, it has got a particular property, because we generally talk about the band structure for physics. The band structure is such a way that, if you consider electrons, you might have heard earlier, the electron has got something called a spin, which is an inherent property of an electron, which has an upspin or a downspin. Now imagine if there is an upspin electron traveling on the surface of this topological insulator, this electron will keep on traveling because of its band structure, and if it has to scatter back, it has to change its spin direction. So now in order to change spin of an electron, you need to have a magnetic impurity. So now if there is no magnetic impurity on the surface, this electron will move in that direction without any scattering, because it cannot scatter back, because the band structure won't allow this electron to come back, because it has to change the spin. So I have created a super highway for electron spins. It's almost like, without any hindrance, this electron is moving. If at all there is a defect, he will negotiate that defect and move forward. It cannot come back because spin cannot be changed. So this is the importance of this material, and this metallic area is confined to the top few nanometers of the surface, bottom 2 nanometers of the surface. On the surface, few nanometers is the area where this metallic conduction is there. Inside that, it is insulating. So this is about a topological insulator. So why this is important? Because condensed matter physics in the last, or solid state physics in the last few decades, is about band structure engineering. That means you wanted to tailor the property of a material to suit your need. The material inherently may not have the right property which you want, but you start tailoring the material according to your requirement. So what you can do, suppose if you are familiar with field effect transistor, so you apply electric field to tune the band structure. Or you do doping, dope with other elements to make it conducting or whatever it is. So tune the band structure by doping. Or you make heterostructure design, multiple layers. You know, 2 insulating layers, it has been shown. 2 insulating material, you bring them in contact. At the interface, it shows sometimes superconductivity, right? So you start playing with the materials, you know, heterostructures. Or you play with the dimension. A 3-dimensional material, bulk material, you make them into smaller and smaller and smaller, make a 2-dimensional material, property changes. Or you make a 1-dimensional material like a nanowire, property changes. Or you make a 0-dimensional thing like a quantum dot, property changes. So you tune the electronic property by dimensionality. Or, so that's why in the last few years, the band structure topology is an important aspect. Nowadays, what we do is Lego game. So you have the building blocks of 2D materials. So our job in the lab is to make different kinds of multi-layers with the different properties. So I think that was my, I think I will stop at this point. I think my time got over. Otherwise, I was planning to tell you something more about how to make these materials, how to make devices out of this material. And you know, for example, this particular material, this single crystal we grow, so the growth of the single crystal takes around 15 days time to get the crystal out. The student who grew this crystal, finally this is the final composition, have grown at least 15 different crystals finally to arrive this. Imagine each crystal 15 days, 15 crystals, how many days that PhD student might have spent to get the right crystal out. So what I wanted to tell students is that a lot of hard work is needed. What you need is passion. Whatever area you pursue, passion is the most important aspect here. Yesterday during the video bite, you know, a student asked me, how will you motivate students? I say no, I mean, in the video bite I said something because that is going outside, but I just want to tell you, it's not that nobody can give you 10 ml of inspiration in the morning and 10 ml of inspiration in the evening. It's not like that. Motivation is something that should come within. If a student wants to pursue science, nobody can tell that student, you do this, do that, do this, etc. That should come within you. So you understand that if you are a student who wants to do research in future, that self-motivation is more important. Passion to do things, hard work, and the motivation. These 3 things, blended with some knowledge, things will fly. Okay? With this, let me stop at this point of time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. For management of time, we can have 1 or 2 questions for sir. It was an excellent talk on quantum mechanics, so I'm sure that we can have at least 1 or 2 questions.
Also, I
Yes.
tell students, there is nothing like a good question or a bad question. Every question is a question. You have some doubt, you ask that thing, that's a question. So don't get afraid of asking questions. So a good research student is a person who is asking questions continuously and trying to find out an answer. So in that sense, students, don't hesitate to ask questions. There's nothing like a good question or a bad question. Sometimes people feel, oh, if I ask such a question, whether others feel that I don't know this. No, it's not like that. You want to learn something, you ask the question, learn that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. It was a very exciting talk. It's the world of quantum. So I just wanted to say one thing firstly. I like the way you kept the mic actually. Okay. So another thing is, like, I want to differentiate between nanoparticles and quantum materials. How do we differentiate very easily, in a simple step manner?
Yeah. See, I'll tell you, all nanoparticles are not quantum materials. Quantum materials should show some peculiar properties which cannot be explained with the conventional quantum mechanics. See, for example, I told you bismuth or the graphene, if you take and apply magnetic field, usually in a nanoparticle, when you apply magnetic field, either resistance increases monotonically or decreases monotonically or remain constant. Whereas in a quantum material, it oscillates, right? And so that sense, all nanoparticles are not quantum materials, and it is not necessary that you need nanoparticle, in order to have quantum materials, you should have nanoparticle. It's not like that. So it should show some peculiar quantum properties, then you call it, it's our definition. See, for example, we have said few people, somebody is a male or a female. It's our definition. Imagine long time back, the first definition, male was defined as female and female was defined as male. It would have been, we would have told the different way, right? Similarly, this is our definition of quantum material, right? I'm just
thank you.
telling you something. Yeah.
Anyone else has a question? Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. I would like to know that, as you mentioned, carbon acts as a quantum material in graphene and not in diamond. So what are the properties that make it so?
See, the thing is that carbon itself, when it becomes graphene, the crystal structure is, the diamond, the crystal structure is different. And it's an insulating material, there's a band gap, etc. Whereas when you exfoliate it to a graphene, the band structure is different. And the structure is different, band structure is different. It has got something called surface states and all those kind of things. So the same element in two different forms shows two different behavior. That's the reason. Yeah? So structure, that's why many a times when we do a structure property correlation, right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please give a big round of applause to sir. Let us move on to the next session. So now we have a plenary talk by Professor Dr. Absar Ahmed sir. Dr. Ahmed sir is Professor and Director at Interdisciplinary Nanotechnology Center at Aligarh Muslim University. I request our session chair, Dr. Rekha Singhal madam, to please felicitate Dr. Ahmed sir. I request Dr. Anup Kale sir to, if he can accommodate. Dr. Ahmed will be delivering a talk on nanotechnology, bridging the gap between biology and nanoscience. Over to you, sir.
You can take a pointer. Okay. Pointer. Okay. Good morning to all of you. First, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Kaleji, Bharat Kaleji, and organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to share some of our work which we are doing on nanoscience and nanotechnology for the last 23 years. Today I am very happy because my old friend Dr. Ashok Giri is from NCL Pune, Dr. Rajesh from Geneva, and Dr. Anup Kale from MIT. I am going to talk on nanobiotechnology, bridging the gap between biology and nanoscience. Aligarh Muslim University decided in 2016 to establish a state-of-the-art nanotechnology center at Aligarh Muslim University. They offered me the position of founder director, and we established a center of nanotechnology at Aligarh Muslim University. And now we are running MTech nanotechnology, advanced PG diploma in nanotechnology, and PhD in nanotechnology. And you know that before joining Aligarh Muslim University, I spent around 23 years at CSR NCL Pune. So 2017, I joined at Aligarh as a founder director. Next slide. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. We are also running a DBT-sponsored project, and we received 4 crore from the DBT and to establish a center of nanotechnology. And we are also running several consultancy projects at our nanotechnology center. Next slide. For you know that Aligarh Muslim University is a very, next slide. And now, for the last 23 years, our group is mainly working on biosynthesis of nanomaterials using endophytic fungi, drugs from endophytic fungi, and recently we started the conjugation of drug to nanomaterials for targeted drug delivery. So what are endophytic fungi? Daily we eat vegetables and fruit. They are full of endophytic fungi, but they are not toxic, they are safe. Therefore, we are using endophytic fungi for the synthesis of a range of nanomaterials, a range of drugs. Nanomaterial means a range of metal oxide, sulfide, quantum dots, biomineral, carbon, solid lipid nanoparticle, a range of nanoparticles we have synthesized. And this technology we have transferred to Tata Chemical, and they are in use. And second thing is drug from endophytic fungi. You know, Taxol is an anti-cancer drug we are isolating from the plant. The problem is that if you will harvest 100 years old plant, then you will get only 2 grams of the drug. That is sufficient to treat one patient. So in order to provide the drug at low cost to the patients and low cost to the environment, I went to Srinagar and brought stem leaves of this plant at NCL. When I was in NCL, we isolated 40 fungi. Out of 40 fungi, one fungus is producing Taxol. Now, no need to disturb the biodiversity. I'm not interested to disturb the biodiversity. And you can isolate any plant compound from endophytic fungi. Like you can isolate safranin from endophytic fungi. Then centellin from endophytic fungi. So all the things are now we don't need any plant part. You isolate endophytic fungi. For the last 23 years, I am making Taxol. After that, we prepared the wind blasting wind crystal also. And since we are making drug in our lab and nanomaterials in our lab, we made nanoparticle drug conjugate for targeted drug delivery. Next. And now a range of nanomaterials we have made in our lab. All the nanoparticles we have made in our lab are nanoparticles which we are making. They are water dispersible, protein capped, they don't flocculate, shelf life is very high, and they are very safe. So this is the beauty of the nanoparticle from the fungus and from the plant. Next slide. A range of nanomaterial we have made from all the nanomaterials that we have made in our lab. Next. And now we have made a range of nanoparticles in our lab. Now we are screening nanoparticles in healthcare, agriculture, advanced material, energy conversion, energy storage, desalination of the water, and defense. Next. You ask the nanoparticle in our lab, we are isolating from endophytic fungi because they are safe. Daily we eat banana, vegetable, fruits, bananas, they are full of endophytic fungi. If you will cut an apple and you see under the microscope, you will not eat an apple. You will not eat the banana, but they are safe. Therefore, we are using endophytic fungi for the synthesis of a range of nanomaterials and drugs. Next. And now Vincarosia. You know, this fungus is producing wind-blasted Vinkistin also. And this fungus is producing a range of nanomaterials also. Next. Next. This is the endophytic fungi. This is just very simple method. You take any leaf and wash the leaf with water, then wash with mercury chloride, put on the PDA plate. You can isolate a range of endophytic fungi. Like we have isolated around 52 endophytic fungi from the Vincarosia plant. Next. And now nano, I think this, I'm going to skip this slide, everybody knows. Next. And now chemistry changes with the size. This is bulk gold, which is yellow in color. We use only in the ornaments. But the moment you will change the bulk into nano, it becomes very reactive, can convert the carbon monoxide into carbon dioxide, and nano gold is very, very important in advanced material catalysis and other important materials. Next. And now nano sizing causes changes in color, conductivity, melting point, light absorption, crystal shape. So now these are the gold nanoparticles of different sizes are showing different color, 20 nanometer, 30, 40, and so on. Silver nanoparticles of different sizes are showing different color, and CDSC nanoparticles of different sizes are showing different color. This is because of surface plasmon resonance. Next. And now, application of nanomaterial. You know, doxorubicin is a very important drug for liver cancer. The problem is that the moment the patient takes, it goes to liver, heart, and kidney. So people are getting renotoxicity and cardiotoxicity. Now we have developed a very important method. We know liver cancer expresses a protein. The name of the protein is achalloglycoprotein. What we did in our lab, we made an isotopic nanoparticle, and then we conjugated the drug. Nanoparticles are negatively charged, drug is positive charge. We made a nanoparticle drug conjugate, and then we know the receptor on the liver cancer. The name of the receptor is achalloglycoprotein. So we just searched target molecule. The target molecule is lectin. So what we did in our lab, we made nanoparticle conjugate. We attached the lectin and we injected into the penile vein of the rabbit to see the biodistribution. And these nanoparticles will go and directly plant, treated plant, and our idea is that how we can enhance the growth of the plant, tilling in the plant, greater seed set in the plant, how we can avoid the viral infestation, fungal infection, everything is possible with the help of nanomaterials. Next. And now we can transfer the gene. Now recently, somebody published a paper in Nature Nanotechnology. They made that silica, positive charge silica, and the DNA negative charge. They made nanoparticle drug now we can transfer the gene with the help of nanomaterial. This paper is published in nanotechnology. Now genetically modified crop, Ashok is sitting here. I think if we can transfer the gene with the help of nanomaterial, we can eat genetically modified crop, I think so. Next. And now big companies working on nanoscience and nanotechnology. Next. If you are going to work on nanoscience and nanotechnology, you have to make nanomaterials. Nanomaterials can be obtained by physical method, chemical method, biological method, but I'm going to concentrate my talk only on the biosynthesis of nanomaterial because nanoparticles which we are making from the fungus and plant, they are water dispersible, protein capped, they don't flocculate. Shelf life is very, very high. And recently we started a company in Chakan where we can make nanoparticle. Earlier we used to make nanoparticle in the milligram. Now we develop a method, milligram to 100 milligram, 100 milligram to 1 gram, and 1 gram to 10, just 1 kg to 100 liter we can produce. This plant is available only in the Chakan, where both the sons, they started a company in Chakan, and now nanoparticle which we are making, it is very, very difficult to make because we are making water dispersible nanoparticle. Chemically and physically you are making nanoparticle, but they are not water dispersible, they flocculate. Next slide, and now next. And now all the nanoparticle work I started on the basis of reaction. You know, these fungus convert, why biosynthetic approach? Because now nanoparticle which I am making from the fungus plant, they are water dispersible. So all the nanoparticle work I started on the basis of reaction. These microorganisms convert cyclohexanone to cyclohexanol, this is reduction reaction, and cyclohexanone to caprolactam, this is oxidation. These microorganisms do the redox reaction. The nanoparticles which do the redox reaction are very, very important for the nanoparticle. All the 140 research publications, after 40,000 citations, I got on the basis of this reaction. I thought when the fungus can reduce organic compound, why not inorganic compound? So instead of cyclohexanone, we took silver nitrate. Fungus converted the silver nitrate into silver nanoparticle and gold into gold nanoparticle. Next. And now nanoparticles which I made from the fungus plant, they are water dispersible, protein capped, they don't flocculate. We can make monodisperse nanoparticle and we can make uniform nanoparticle. This is the beauty of the nanoparticle from the fungus. Next. And now this intracellular nanoparticle, the fungus is growing in water. Here the fungus is growing in gold solution. Initially it was yellow in color. Now the fungus converted the gold into gold nanomaterial, which is purple in color. And now we made intracellular because if you will filter this flask, the filtrate is colorless and biomass is colored. But now if you will burn, you will get the carbon-supported gold nanoparticle, chemically, physically, very, very difficult. We developed a very simple method. We can make carbon-supported gold, silver, platinum, palladium, and so on. Next. And after the extracellular nanoparticle, this is very important for the drug delivery and art. We did a very simple reaction. We took the gold solution, added the fungus converted that into gold nanomaterial, and we use a filter. The filtrate is colored and biomass is colorless. Then you can see the size of the nanomaterial is around 20 to 25 nanometer because our kidney can filter up to 25 or 50 nanometer. We make all the nanomaterials in our lab where the sizes are 20 to 25 nanometer because it will pass from the kidney. So we made, and we have another fungus. This fungus is producing different shape and size of nanomaterial. Next, and these nanoparticles we have tested on cancer cell line. And when we are going to use in the targeted drug delivery, we thought we should confirm whether they are toxic or not, or whether they are going to liver or not. So these nanoparticles are going to liver and passing from the urine. Why they are passing from the urine? Because the size is 25 nanometer. They can deliver the drug and they will pass from the urine. Next. And now after that, DBT asked me to produce, now we have the mechanism. You know, all the things, we have all the particle which I'm showing, we know the mechanism, but time is very short. We have isolated, we have purified, we know the mechanism. We have purified the sulfide detectase enzyme, capping proteins, and now if you have the gold solution, add enzyme, add capping protein, add stabilizing protein, you can convert that into nanomaterial. If you will not add the capping protein of the 13 kDa, you will get the flocculated 100 nanometer nanomaterial. And this mechanism we gave for the first time in the world, and everybody is citing this mechanism. Next. And after that, we made gold sulfide. We did a very simple reaction. You know, I am a microbiologist. I have the fungus, which is oxidation, reduction, methylation, and so on. So here, I took the fungus and added the fungus, plus I took gold solution and sodium sulfate solution, 1:5. And fungus convert that into gold sulfide nanomaterial. They are highly fluorescent in nature, very important for imaging and imaging and so on. Next. And then we made this gold selenite during the corona. Everybody was complaining about the black fungus. Then we thought, can we control the black fungus? We made gold selenide in our lab. We took gold solution and selenium solution reacted with the fungus, and you will not believe the fungus converted that into gold selenide nanoparticle, and they inhibit the sporulation of the black fungus. So now we don't require amphotericin. Talks are going on because we are going to file a patent, and then we can introduce our gold selenide for the treatment of black fungus. Next. And now, next, we made selenium nanoparticles, they are antifungal. Next. And then we made silver nanomaterial. Just we took silver nitrate fungus, converted that into silver nanoparticles, they are antifungal in nature. Next. Next slide. And then we made this silver sulfide, silver oxide nanomaterial, and they are antifungal in nature. Next. And then we made silver sulfide, because it is very cheap. Gold is very, very costly. Then I took silver nitrate plus sodium sulfate, reacted with the fungus, that converted that into silver sulfide nanomaterial, very important for imaging and diagnostic. Next. And a mushroom, a range of mushroom. These mushrooms we collected from the Solan. Next. And we did it very simply with the mushroom. This is gold solution. When we added mushroom extract, they converted the gold into gold nanomaterial. We have completely characterized. This mushroom is giving different shape, and nanotechnology means how you are going to produce different shape and size of the nanomaterial, and how you are going to separate. This is nanotechnology only. Now this mushroom, I don't know, we are working on that. This mushroom, you can see different shape and size we are getting. Next. And similar, another, then algae. From the algae, this algae we collected from the Goa, we made intracellular nanoparticle. Next. And another algae we produced extracellular gold nanoparticle. Next. Then alloy nano, chemically, physically very difficult to produce alloy. We took silver nitrate gold solution, reacted with the fungus, and you will not believe the fungus converted that into AG alloy nanoparticles. This paper we have in small, very important material, but chemically, physically, very, very difficult to make such type of material. Next. And after that, we made platinum nanoparticle. Very simple reaction. I took chloroplatinic acid reacted with the fungus. You know, I know the mechanism. And I have the fungus, which is oxidation, reduction, methylation, and so on. Here we took the fungus, which is reduction. We took chloroplatinic acid, converted, and fungus converted that into platinum nanoparticle, very important for the next. And after that, CDS nanoparticle, cadmium sulfide, very simple reaction. I took cadmium sulfate and I added the fungus, which is reduction, and you will not believe the fungus converted the cadmium sulfate into cadmium sulfide nanoparticle in 12 hours. That paper we have in JAX. And this is very important material for imaging and diagnostic. Next. And then we made CDT, we made copper sulfide nanoparticle, and we developed the tumor. And this work I carried out at NCC with the help of Dr. Gopal Kundu. And we reduced the tumor size with the help of copper sulfide nanomaterial. And this paper we have communicated to nanotechnology today. Next. And now we have CDT. Another very simple. We took cadmium chloride plus tellurium chloride, reacted with the fungus. You will not believe the fungus converted that into CDT nanoparticle, room temperature, water dispersible. They are very effective against the gram-positive, gram-negative. Next. And now we have made ruthenium. We took ruthenium chloride, added the fungus, and fungus converted that into ruthenium oxide quantum dots. They are highly fluorescent in nature, very important for imaging and diagnostics. And after the copper aluminum oxide, Dr. Satish Chogle and myself started a work. He told us, sir, it is very difficult to make copper aluminum oxide, because they are making at 1100 degrees centigrade under inert condition, but I made a room temperature. Just we took copper nitrate, aluminum nitrate, reacted with the fungus. You will not believe the fungus converted that into copper aluminum oxide nanomaterials of 2 to 5 nanometer. Very important for imaging and diagnostic, and this paper we have in just 2 or 3 minutes. Next. And after the range of oxide, this material, NCL people are making at 1800 degrees centigrade. I have made a room temperature barium titanate. Next, I have made a range of biomineral. Very simple. I took calcium chloride and fungus converted that into calcium carbonate, strontium chloride into strontium. A range of biomineral. Chemically, physically, very, very difficult. I have a series of publications. Next. Calcium carbonate, strontium, barium, all from the fungus paper in JAX in advanced material, advanced functional material. Next. And now the calcium carbonate from the fungus. Next. From the seeds also. Next. Lead toxicity and cadmium toxicity are very, very common in the drinking water. We did a very simple reaction. We took cadmium chloride, reacted with the fungus converted that into cadmium carbonate. Then I took the lead nitrate, and fungus converted that into lead carbonate. And this paper we have in very good journal, Langmuir. Next, now I'm going to skip this one. Zinc sulfide we have made. Next time is very short. And then carbon. We made carbon from the fungus. Why? This porous carbon, if you will take the seawater, you can directly convert the seawater into potable water. That is the beauty of the nanoparticle from the fungus. The pore size, 2 to 3 nanometer, that can allow only water, not fungus, not bacteria, not salt. So directly, this material I gave to Ross Life Sciences. They confirmed that one. They are getting only water, not salt, not bacteria. Next. Now, a range of silica, titanium, everything. I made silica from the sand, zircon sand from the rice. So this paper I have injected. We made silica nanoparticle with the help of bio-leaching. Next, 1 or 2 minutes I will. Lemongrass. I did my PhD on the lemongrass. First, I isolated a fungus that gave me the nanoparticle. Then I thought, the plant can produce the silver nanoparticle? I did a very simple reaction. I took lemongrass extract, added gold solution, that converted into triangular gold nanoparticle, very important for the hyperthermia of the cancer. This paper I have in Nature Material. Now the citation has crossed around 3,000. Next. And now this another, Dr. Rajesh talked about aspergillus. Now we have made anisotropic silver nanoparticle from the Discia plant that I collected from Mahabaleshwar, and now this can replace the aspergillus. We have confirmed everything. This paper we have published in a very important journal of biological macromolecule. Now we are interested to replace the cancer drugs, other drugs with the help of nanomaterial because they are safe, they are not toxic. Next. And now we made bismuth sulfide. They are giving very good in the MRI CT contrast. Next, in an animal imaging, just you can see how our nanoparticles are showing fluorescence in nature. Next. And now we have developed the nanoparticle for the treatment of Alzheimer, Parkinson also. This work I carried out at NCC Pune. Next. Just 1 or 2 minutes. Then very important for diabetes. Next. We can inhibit the malaria also with the help of nanomaterial. Next, 1 minute. And then very important for that nanoparticle inhibit the HIV virus also. Next. Now we are interested to dissolve the cholesterol with the help of nanomaterials. Next. Now angiogenesis. Next. Now we can inhibit the cancer cell migration also. Next. Next, we have isolated wind blasting, made the conjugates. Next, and now now the time has come. Already we published excellent paper, citation, and Allah. Now the time has come to translate our basic science into process, product, and technology. We are working in that direction. And now we are grateful to NCL because all the work I showed, 90% when I was in NCL Pune. We are grateful to Dr. Mulli Shastri, Dr. late Muhammad Islam Khan, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, and my recent collaborator at that time, Dr. Sasi Shogle. And we are grateful to our collaborator from NCL, Dr. Dhanashekaran. He is evaluating our nanomaterial for the inhibition of the malaria. And Dr. Mahesh Kulkarni, they are evaluating our nanomaterial for the treatment of diabetes. And recently, we are grateful to Dr. Gambhir from SDPGI Lucknow. They are screening our nanomaterial for the radio imaging. And recently, we got excellent result with the help of nanomaterial, with the help of Dr. Rajesh from Mohali, because he told me, sir, your nanoparticles are doing excellent work because they observed retina regeneration for the first time in the mammal model. With this, I conclude my talk.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We'll move on to the next session, which is by Dr. Ashok Khandkar, sir. He is President and Chief Executive Officer at Elute, a US-based company, and he'll be delivering a talk on translational approaches in biomedical sciences. Before we begin, I request Dr. Rekha Singhal ma'am and Anup Kale sir to join us in felicitating Dr. Khankar sir.
So as they get set up, I'll just start with the acknowledgement of gratitude for MIT WPU for the invitation and for the wonderful 2 days that I've spent interacting with so many of you. It's been really inspiring. One of the pleasures of coming to India to give a talk is you get these wonderful shawls, something that you don't quite have in the US. So I wish this culture spreads all over. So to continue on some of the themes that you have heard in these sessions, I want to say that for especially all of you bright young people in the back, biotech is truly multidisciplinary. To give you an example, you're standing here, somebody who did a doctorate in material science, but if you really understand what I do back in the US, 100 days a year, I'm in the operating rooms with surgeons, either involved in observing cases or talking with surgeons with respect to what they should do next in certain contexts. Of course, strictly speaking, an engineer cannot advise an MD, but you can always say this in a very diplomatic way by saying, oh, 2 days ago I was in a case with Dr. So-and-so, and that doctor did this. Oh yes, Ashok, that's a good idea. So that's what happens. So if you have the stomach for watching live surgeries, whether they are cardiac bypass cases, whether they are orthopedic cases, or whether they are cholecystectomies, which are gallbladder removal cases. I've seen them all, and as you might gather from my talk, I might be back in India to do other kinds of cases. So, huh? Yes. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you find that? Yeah, that's the file. हाँ. इकडे जा, खाली जा. दे, मला दे. एक मिनिट. आणि इकडे save as. Now here. Okay. Pen drive recognize झाली का? काय नाव काय आहे? रिक्षा. Oh, 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 oh. आज काहीतरी कल्पना झाली इथे. रिक्षा. Oh, DI. Okay. There. नहीं 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 नहीं. So pen drive. Pen drive. Oh, there. आहे ना. Don't back up. हाँ, पेन ड्राइव पे स्टोर करो. इकडे जा.
ऊपर से फाइल में जाओ, ऊपर फाइल लिखा है देखो, ऊपर ऊपर और ऊपर.
हाँ, सेव एज.
पेन ड्राइव देखो कहाँ है लोकेशन.
Oh, it's not being recognized.
अच्छा डेस्कटॉप पे सेव करो. अभी डेस्कटॉप पे सेव करना, डेस्कटॉप से उठा लो पेन ड्राइव किसी और से ना. डेस्कटॉप पे सेव करो, होगा ना. अब डेस्कटॉप से उठाओ पेन ड्राइव से. इसमें पेन ड्राइव लगता है? नहीं, डायरेक्ट पेन ड्राइव लगता है. नहीं लगेगा, एप्पल है सर. ये तो मेरे डब्ल्यू जुलाई. ओके, तो यहाँ पे को
You need a. Yes, yes. Here, take it.
they are leading in the domain of, in a way, drug discovery, even the mRNA vaccines which they have come up with, right? Dr. Rekha Singhal, she told us about the food and circular economy aspects, why it is important, and where does the food lies in the whole of that circular economy, right? So whenever we eat milk, whenever we drink something, we should be thinking about the circular economy, right? Janaki madam is not here, but then she very well explained us how the, sorry madam, so how the bioinformatics can be helpful even for our mental well-being. She couldn't go to the details because of the sparsity of the time, but they are developing those algorithms and bioinformatic tools where we can come up with the mental well-being of a person also, right? So I'll just, I will be happy to have questions from student side. Yes, if you can.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. My name is Nitish Sharma. I am third year B.Pharm student. My question goes for Ashok Giri, sir. Sir, as we know, yes. So as we know, there are seasonal fruits available throughout the year. So what is the chemical composition of those fruits which differ from the natural fruits which occur only through the seasonal fruits and those which are off-season fruits?
So, okay, I mean, I may not able to answer your question so nicely because we did not analyze, but then I mean, all the plants have their different circadian rhythm. So, I mean, if you ask me that why we get a sleep at night, so, I mean, the life cycle of the plant and then the fruiting time, the flowering time for all these plants are different. I mean, as a humans, we are trying to manipulate some of them. I don't know how much is right and how much is ethical, but
might call jugaad. So let's begin. This company has a unique, what's called platform technology. This is a platform that enables us to deliver a therapeutic agent, a drug, at the right dose over an extended duration, at the right site, in such a way that it does not register in the serum concentration. The first application of this is, as I said, in orthopedic bone infections. You may know perhaps that bone infections are characterized by loss of bone. And if you understand radiology or how it manifests, it shows as a dark spot on the X-ray. This is a region where bone has been lost because of the infection. When you lose bone, you have a void. When you have nothing, then you don't have blood vessels. And so the problem becomes very difficult for eradication of the infection because there is no amount of oral or intravenous antibiotic that you can take that reaches the very site where the infection is. In fact, when you have a deep bone infection, you may find that 25 to 50% of patients come back to the orthopedic surgeon for additional surgeries, eventually facing amputation. So what do surgeons do today? One is simply to take a synthetic calcium resorbable bone graft substitute, mix antibiotic in the operating room, and fill it in the bone. What you see here is the concentration of the antibiotic versus time on the x-axis, and intraoperative mixing or back table mixing results in inconsistent, unpredictable, and short duration release. There are other products, Osteocet T, Cerament G, that have slight improvement, but this Osteocet T is on the order of a few days of release, and Cerament G is about 4 weeks. This is not adequate because you have two types of pathogens. One is something that can be eradicated acutely. That means you add the antibiotic and it gets killed in the next 24 to 48 hours. The other is when it is senescent or sleeping and does not show up till some few weeks later. And that is the difficult problem called biofilm. Our device, and this shows the actual release profiles or pharmacokinetics of the drug, tobramycin, goes for 8 weeks, all 8 weeks above the minimum bactericidal concentration. So it addresses both acute bugs and persister cells. I apologize for showing some real surgical views, so bear with me, but here are examples of real holes or voids in the femur bone or the thigh bone right at the base of the femur bone. This is what's called the femoral canal that goes all the way along the long bone. This is important. These are caused by infection. These have been plugged by our device. And remarkably, in the first surgery itself, the patient has been cured. This is going on for many patients, and we have a clinical study of this at some of the very prestigious medical schools in the US. I won't bore you with any of this detail, but what's very exciting for me is what I call jugaad. And that is the previous device with tobramycin is unsustainably expensive. It works in the US. It's about 5 lakhs for one dose, 5 lakh rupees. You cannot bring that product in the US, into India. It's very tough. And as you heard from the previous speaker, Genovac, you want to be able to reduce this down to a affordable cost. So what we have done, and this is the very exciting part for me personally, because although I've lived and worked in the US for a long time, I still have roots here, is we have split the calcium salt and polymer components into one sterile pouch. We have a second sterile bag with a solvent, and we enable the surgeon to select the antibiotic of choice, or maybe combination, like not just a single drug, but maybe 2 drugs, and at the dose of their choice, best suited for the patient. It is mixed, is spread into a mold. All of this is sterile or suitable for use in an operating room. And after about 8 or 10 minutes, the solvent evaporates and you get beads that can be used by the surgeon in the bone. The beauty is you still get the controlled, sustained 8-week release with intraoperative mixing. The other beauty is it is useful for a variety of different therapeutics. And the third, and the most exciting to me, is we can drop the price of this product almost 100-fold. So now you can think of this as something that can be useful not just in the US or perhaps in Western Europe, but also in large parts of the world where infection burden is significantly higher and the ability to pay is significantly lower. This is what I call democratization of advanced medical device technology. Democratization simply means the ability for everyone in the world to participate in making sure that they have access to the best medical care. It also, remarkably, this technology enables us to deliver a diverse variety of therapeutic agents. The left graph here shows a very well-known non-opioid drug called bupivacaine. It's a pain control drug. And just to put this in context, before COVID, before 4 years ago, the biggest problem we face in the developed world is the unsustainable use and problems with prescription overabuse of opioid medications for pain, responsible for more than 100,000 innocent deaths in the US alone. With this careful calibration or titration of this non-opioid drug, which you can deliver over 4 days, look, there are in the US 65 million surgeries. Each of them require pain control. If you can give them in the OR a drug that enables non-addictive possibility and yet avoid even the need for opioids, this becomes a significant game changer. This is the delivery of a corticosteroid commonly used for reducing inflammation, dexamethasone. This is 28-day release, and the biggest use of this we find exciting is in the treatment of blindness. When 75% of patients that come with vision problems are typically served by cataract surgery. That means in India alone, 150 million patients will have in their lifetime cataract surgery. A significant number of these are non-compliant. What does that mean? That means you are required, if you know somebody who's had a cataract surgery, to use dexamethasone-containing eye drops twice a day for 28 days. That helps reduce complications. But many patients live in very simple households where they don't even have a way of storing a drug or an eye drop bottle. So they simply don't do it, or they can't remember to do it, or they don't have the support system to do it. Our technology will enable coating of one part of the intraocular lens called the haptic, which is used to secure the lens in place after they pop the cloudy lens out and deliver 28 days of dexamethasone. So it's almost like apply it once and come back 28 days for a final doctor's appointment, and you're declared to be discharged. So we're very excited about this product. This is a whole series of devices and technologies that we can deploy for a variety of different medical conditions that apply not just to the developed world, but also to the non-developed world at an affordable price point. So with this, I want to conclude by saying interdisciplinary work is extremely important. It's important to be able to apply various aspects of your studies and read widely in order to ask the question, how can I solve a real practical problem? You need to work with experts, and then you need to find solutions that not just work in the lab, but practically in an affordable manner. So with that, I thank you for your attention and look forward to further interaction.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll have questions later on, and we are running a little short of time. Before we move to the next session, I would just like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Sujata Chaklanopas, Madam, who is the Advisor and Scientist G at Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, DCSIR, Ministry of Sciences and Technology, New Delhi. She will be with us for the valedictory function, so we'll be hearing from you, ma'am. But we would like to give a token of respect for you. So I request Rekha Singhal, ma'am, Anup Kale, sir, Shilpa, ma'am, to please join in felicitating Dr. Sujata, madam. Ma'am, just 1 minute. So let us move on to the next session. We will have now invited talk by Dr. Anima Nanda, who is a professor and Dean IQAC currently at Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. Dr. Nanda will be delivering talk on harnessing green nanotechnology to combat antimicrobial resistance for a Viksit Bharat 2047. I request our session chair, Dr. Rekha Singhal, ma'am, to please felicitate Dr. Nanda.
So very good afternoon. I think it will be the last session for me for this hall. So first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers and the management for giving me an opportunity to share the few work, like a little work of our research. And I'm so thankful about all the previous speakers. They have made my work easy by speaking about the various nanomaterials and how it has to accommodate with different situations, its particle size, its formation, its synthesis. And very elaborately, it is described by Aksar Ahmad sir, like what are the metals can be synthesized as to nanoparticles, as well as how the microorganism can be used as a nanomaterial for different kind of applications in therapeutic and diagnostics. So coming for our things, it is harnessing the green nanotechnology to combat the antimicrobial resistance. Today is the talk of AMR, antimicrobial resistant pathogen. So where you might have heard before, 3-4 months before, WHO has given one alarming notice that no doctors, nobody can go and take the antibiotic from the medicine stores without the prescription from the doctor. And even though the doctor is prescribing some antibiotic, has to specify on what basis the antibiotic has been specified. In our work, we are using the microorganism for treating the microorganisms. That is the beauty of our work. So coming to the next, as sir already discussed, that is cancer, people should not get cancer. But I am telling people should not get antimicrobial resistance pathogens. You have seen the last 4 years, 3 years before, how the COVID has made us to dance according to its tune. And we all are being arrested in our house. So one single molecule, single cell made us in such a situation that we couldn't able to come out of our house. So that cases, it is given by the same WHO. That is, if the people will be dying by 2050, 8.2 millions. By 2050, due to the AMR, people will be dying 10 millions. So this is a challenging situation for controlling the AMR. And it is not, that is AMR just like that, it is developing. It is we people are the culprit for making this microorganism, for telling them to adjust into the environment. If we get cold, if we get fever, immediately we are going to the medicine store and taking some antibiotics. As for the ancient era period, if you think, body itself is having own immune system. It can heal itself. So if you are having any disease or cold or fever, you should wait for either 7 days or for a week. This is completely written by the microbiologist and by Charak and Sushrita Samhita. So we are keeping ourselves, like we are moving towards a death which is waiting for the small reasons, silly reasons, what we are making us into the troubles. If you see the last era, from 1999 to 2021, the people who are dying due to the overdose of the antibiotics, it has how drastically it has gone. And if you see from 2015 to 2021, it has doubled the death rate. And if you see, more are getting affected by male than female. Because female are takes everything as easy. Okay, after that we'll take the medicine. Let the work gets over. Okay, first let me look after the family. After that I'll take the medicine. So because of that little delay, they neglect to not to take the medicine. But it's one way is the positive sign of not taking the antibiotics. So that is the reason the death rate of the female is lesser than the female. So it is again a challenging situation we have to address. And if you see the antibiotics, from this day one, the antibiotics started from the First World War till then now, it is very few antibiotic has been invented. And in that, you can see that is the blue color, it is its efficacy. and the red color, it is become like not having any activity. So all the antibiotics is gradually become like slowly it has its work, where like its activity become low. Only erythromycin and vancomycin, which has been lead the pharmaceutical company more than 40 years. And if it is, you are seeing from the INSA, that is your infectious disease of Society of America, they have told in the news of 2004, this is the news given by IRSA in 2004, stating that is, we have to address this, that is the point is called here, bad box, no drugs, no escape from escape. So here the spelling mistake, it is not the spelling mistake. It is escape from escape is escape pathogens. So if I speak, this is ESKAPE, this is called as Enterococcus, Staphylococcus, Klebsiella, aeruginosa, that is Pseudomonas, and then Enterobacter. So these are the pathogens which are really becoming drug resistance day by day and becoming MD, like drug resistance pathogens and not responding to any antibiotics. So that is the reason they have decided within the 2020, at least we should get 10 antibiotics. But unfortunately, we couldn't able to make this, and we are not able to get the success by preparing the antibiotics. You can see the evolution of antibiotics. Only one antibiotic that you can see from here, 2000 only one, 2003 one, and that to 2007. It is a mixed, you can see that is existing classes. That means it is a broad spectrum antibiotic. It is not a new antibiotic. It is just modified antibiotics. Previously what sir was telling, they're changing the functional groups. And here you just see, so far we are not having a single antibiotic has come out. Though we are struggling for the antibiotic, you can tell that there are a lot of antibiotic in the market. Yes, of course, those are the broad spectrum antibiotic, not the pure antibiotics. And as I told already, WHO has already given warning on that. So we should not take antibiotic as per our wish. And these are the escape pathogens. I have already explained, that is Enterococcus, Staphylococcus, Klebsiella, Acinetobacter, Pseudomonas, Enterococcus. So all this Enterobacter, so all these escape pathogens is definitely is a challenge not only for India, it is a challenging for whole world. And whole world is working on this. So coming to our work, what is our work is, we are concentrating on the infants who are having this kind of, who are having this drug resistance pathogens infected by the babies who are below 2 kg weight. That means the birth weight rate is below 2 kg. And for them, you can get, you can see, the body will be fully rhesus. And if you provide them, they're called as, is called as blood poisoning, septicemia. And morbidity rate is more than 80% in the world. If you give the antibiotic, they cannot bear it because they have already immunocompromised. They're already below birth weight rate. So they cannot survive. If you give antibiotic, they will die. If you don't give antibiotic, they will die. So both the sides, they are going to lead to death or fatal or lethal. So in that cases, what to do? How to save those patients? How to save those babies? So if what we have done, we have our hospital as well as we have Ramchandra Hospital in Chennai, we have a tie-up with them. We are not subjected to take the, enter inside the hospital and take the blood from them. And the doctor used to take the blood for their testing from the top of that, from the finger toe, that is foot toe, we used to take the blood. They used to take for their purpose, and they used to give us 2 ml extra for our continuing the work, research work in our laboratory. So these are the babies, we used to get the blood, and after getting the blood, we used to segregate to check whether it is affected, whether it is affected by sex or by weight or by the timing, that all these things we are checking. But finally, we found around 200% we have tested. But we found there is nothing called as sex barrier, whether the male will be able to survive or the female will be able to survive. It's nothing like that. All male and female based on the pathogen, they used to survive. So after that, after taking the blood, we used to isolate. This is our first phase of work. We have divided our work into 5 phases. This is the first phase. We'll be isolating all the pathogens into different categories, like which are the antibiotics they used to sustain. They used to work like, they used to be controlled. After isolating those things, then second phase of the work is we have to synthesize the nanomaterials. For synthesizing the nanomaterial, you will be thinking that is, we have not seen the nanomaterial. How many of the students have seen already nanomaterials? How many of you are already worked on nanomaterials? Anyone? How many of you have already touched the nanomaterial? Anyone? No? No? Sorry to say, because you all have played with nanomaterials during your childhood by holding the butterfly. When you touch the butterfly, the powdery thing is nothing but your nanomaterial. So hereafter, don't tell that you have not touched the nanomaterial, you have not seen the nanomaterial. You have already working with the nanomaterial. The thing is that is you do not know that is nanomaterial. And even you see the peacock color. Peacock color is very beautiful color it is. And if you wear one sari with or dress with beautiful color, that will change. The color will get fade after the sunny or rainy or the winter seasons, after 1 year or 2 years. But peacock color never gets changed, even different kind of weather it is. It is dancing every time. Outside that environment, not staying inside the shed. You are saying that is, I'll become tan, I'll get black if I'll work on the sun, like it is sunny day. So, but peacock never gets those type of feelings. The color remain intact. The only thing is that is, if you see under the microscopic analysis, under your scanning electron microscope, you can find 11 layers of alumina, 1 layer of alumina, 1 layer of titanium. So that is like stuck one above another. That is what the previous like sir was telling, that is called as stacking method. So those stacking methods are giving the beautiful color of the peacock. So this is nothing but the metal nanoparticle containing in their body. So with that, what we used to do, we'll be collecting the microorganisms from the air or from the water or from the soil, and then we'll be, as Ahmad sir told, that we'll be synthesizing. Best is how he used to do same way. We used to, he is our guru. So we used to also synthesize all these nanoparticles by comparing the pathogens from ATCC and MTCC cultures, whether the wild culture is having any novel antibiotic property or the ATCC, MTCC culture is having antibiotic property. And then after synthesizing this, then we'll be standardizing its like concentrations, pH, temperature, time, and then we have to characterize with different technologies. Like everything has been explained by him, like UV spectrum or EDAX X-ray, X-ray diffractions or HRTEM or FTIR or TEM, SEM, FESEM. Then after that, what you used to do, the second phase of work, here we'll be taking this fungi or it is bacteria, whatever it is you take, the microorganism. I told the work is for us in using the microorganism for treating the microorganisms. We are not using any chemicals over here. So what we are doing, we are using the microorganism. First, we are allowing them to grow, and during puberty, just during puberty means during the growth, during that like a lag phase, in that period, we are taking them from this media to water, and then in that only completely water it is growing for more than 7 days. And then after that, we are crushing them to remove that what are the particles are present in their body. And those nutrients we are using for preparing the nanoparticles. So we are not using any chemicals over, that's the reason it's a completely biological synthesis methods. And then after that, this is the sonicator. Through the sonicator, we are breaking the cells and then taking the cell filtrates. Then you can see that this already sir has shown, this is like, this is the previous how it will be. And then after this, adding the metal, like either silver nitrate or orium chloride or your zinc nanoparticle, ZNO, whatever you add. So all these things will be converting into different color with different peak. different resolution peaks. And you can see the concentration of the nanoparticles. So it will be giving the dense of that nanoparticle. And these are the characterization, whether it is giving the same silver is maintaining that peak or not. And by atomic force microscope to find the size and the scanning electron microscopes. After this is the beautiful thing here. We have to standardize the physiochemical properties. We have to check the, we have to check the properties of the temperature, which temperature is suitable for growing these nanoparticles, and what is the pH, what is its concentration level, and what is its incubation period. Then only we can go for our next phase of work. So this is the third phase of work, where we used to do the taking the MDR and escape pathogens. Already I have told about the escape pathogens. When I speak about MDR pathogen, this is called as multi-drug resistant pathogen. Multi-drug resistant pathogen means out of, if it is 100% antibiotic is available, almost 80% antibiotic will not work for those pathogens. And there are three types of pathogens. One is called MDR, second one is called XDR, and third one is called TDR. So MDR will not work for 80% of antibiotics, XDR will not work for 95% of antibiotics, and TDR is total drug resistance. XDR is called as extreme drug resistance, and TDR is called as total drug resistance. So after doing all this thing, then we will be using the antibiotic and the nanoparticle, conjugating them and treating those pathogens. So when we have seen these things, you can find that is the growth has been here. It is not that much growth, but you can see from here it is gradually growing. And if you see this is, here we have used that is vancomycin, ampicillin, gentamicin, or kanamycin, all these things when we have added with the nanoparticle, that like that inhibitory zone has been increased. And if you see this is, we have taken, though we have taken 200 samples where the infants are very much affected, like going towards lethal. In that again we have taken 10 samples, 10 to 15 samples, we have again segregated them, and we use the antibiotic, how it is working for them. So those children we have taken further, and there we have seen the concentration, our nanoparticle concentration by different 10 to 15, 20 microliter with 15 isolates. And then after that, we have seen that is, you can pretty well see here, beta-lactam, it has not worked for long, almost all. Only last two it is working. So same way you can see ampicillin, or here you can vancomycin, you can see, or that is cephalosporin antibiotics, or cefotaximine, carbamazepine, all these things we were validating. And after that, we have seen its synergistic effect. This synergistic effect is showing, like here it is, if it is for Staphylococcus aureus, then in that case it is giving 37.8%, is eightfold of enhancement of its efficacy. And but whereas if it is you are going for the Enterococcus, it is only 4.7-fold. That means it didn't work out properly. And same way Klebsiella pneumoniae and Proteus mirabilis. Finally, we have checked that is the synergistic effect is maintaining its properties. And we have gone for, again, Harsar was telling about the dose dependent. So we have reduced the, how to save the baby now. We have reduced the doses. If it is 500 mg is given, so reduce it to either 200 mg or 100 mg and see its efficacy. How to see its efficacy? The nanoparticle is such a way, it has to get a surface area has to be more. If, for example, I'll give you little bit of mustard seeds. If you throw the mustard seeds, it will go a bigger surface area. If you take your flour powder, like it is gram flour or it is wheat flour, if you spread it, it will get smaller area. So this is the beauty of nanoparticle. So it is spread a larger area so that with a smaller dose, you can see more efficiency. And we have seen here that is the efficiency has been reduced to like 14 hours, where it was 24 hours. And the fourth page is in vitro studies, where we have done the cytotoxicity test, MTT assay, and lactose LDS test. And these are the MIC, what already sir has been told, what is the minimum inhibitory concentration to check. And then that is the based on the time duration, we have to standardize its property. And you see here, this is the cell is looking like in the beginning stage. And after giving that nanoparticle with the conjugated with antibiotic, the cell starts shrinking. Yeah, 2 minutes. This is. So cytotoxic study we have seen with MDT assay, and we have find that is the IC50 value with the Vero cells as well as the HEP2 cells. And these are the cell line studies. After the cell line studies, we have find out that is the cells are getting destroyed by these nanoparticles. And you can see here the same cell line studies with different stainings, crystal violet staining. And then you can see here that is the Vero cells, that one is the previous one is the HEP2 cells. And these are the apoptotic assay by AO and EB stainings, where we can find that is the nuclear is getting affected, nuclear condensation and membrane bubbling is getting affected. Here you can find that is the nuclei is intact, and here the nuclei is completely fused or the smaller. And then after that, this is the beauty of this study. You can find here, this is the cells are completely round in structure. Here, if you once you give the antibiotic or the nanoparticles, it forms it is tail. The tail formation is here. That is called as, this is called as comment assay. Comment assay means if you might have seen, if you with the mosquito bat, if you kill one mosquito, it will be rotating for continuously. Have you seen that? Have you seen? It is affecting to the brain. So same way it happened for the microorganisms. Its brain gets damaged or the DNA gets damaged, so it forms the tail. It starts rotating. And these are the percentage of these things. Phase 5 is the stability study, and it is in vivo study. So stability study is nothing but whatever the nanoparticle we have done, we'll be waiting for another 1 year or 2 years. Then it's from starting from first month to 6 months and then up to 2 years, and then checking its properties. So these are the properties we'll be checking through different characterization part. And after checking all these things, we want to standardize this is, yes, this is having the conferring the stability by the DLS. And then finally, we'll be going with the mice model. So after giving the mice model, the rat will be injecting the same drug with the pathogen and the drug. And we will be waiting for how many drug the antibiotic is working, how many both the conjugated antibiotic and the nanoparticle works. And we found that is if the rat is healing within 3 months, with our drug it is healing within 40 days. So this is the last slide. So what is the message you have to take? That is, we were using the first thing, whenever you are using the drugs, it is all the pharma people are here. So first thing, you should have the 5 criteria. It should be safe, it should be effective, it should be high quality, it should be cost effective, and it should be affordable by 2030. It should be reached to everybody with a lesser cost. So that is the reason we have used microorganism for the microorganism. And last but not the least, whenever you are going to hospital, by seeing your friends or by seeing your relatives, that is not a marriage hall or that is not a party hall. Please avoid going there and don't take the antibiotic as you wish. So because of that, everybody are suffering and all are getting drug resistance. So with this, thank you so much. And thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's our pleasure to have you talk on the occasion. So before we move to the next session, I would request our session chair, Dr. Rekha Singhal, ma'am, to give a summary of all the speakers that we have today. And meanwhile, we'll be arranging for the roundtable conference.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. And I have the last job to summarize what has happened in this session. There have been 8 presentations, and the topics have ranged right from mental health, the significance of mental health. Then we have had biosynthetic pathways for Alfonso mango fruit flavor molecules. After that, we had Dr. Rajesh Kumar from Genova, and how the industry has been involved in the development of drugs. Then I tried to present a few aspects related to food spoilage and how it contributes to climate as well as greenhouse gas emissions. We had the next talk by Dr. P.S. Anil Kumar, and he really, it was a very exciting talk to understand about the quantum materials and heterostructures and how they show novel electronic behavior and their possible applications in days to come. Then we had Professor Absar Ahmed, who spoke about nanobiotechnology, bridging the gap between biology and medicine. And I think the bottom line was fungus does what chemistry finds hard to do. And this was then followed by a talk by Dr. Ashok C. Khankar. And what I liked best about this was that they developed platform technology to deliver diverse range of small molecule therapeutics and, for example, non-opioids for pain control and steroids for control of inflammation. And he highlighted the significance of interdisciplinary work to solve problems which affect all of us. We heard Dr. Anima Nanda as the last speaker, and she focused on using microorganisms to treat the problem of microorganisms. So I think that was the catchphrase. And you did explain how you used microorganisms to synthesize nanoparticles and conjugating these antibiotics with nanoparticles to overcome this problem of drug resistance that we see very commonly these days. I first of all thank all the speakers for the wonderful presentations. I know we are all scientists, and 20 minutes is sometimes insufficient for all of us. So some of us have actually, including me, we have short our time. So apologies from the organizers. But one thing that we see in all the 8 presentations is that they are all multidisciplinary. And we need inputs from all areas of science, whether it is chemical sciences, biological sciences, engineering sciences, and they do get connected at some stage or the other. So we need to first of all keep an open mind, and we can actually solve a lot of problems. And I think before we are able to solve all the problems that face all of us, I think we need to first be mentally stable. And I think that is what the first speaker, ma'am, Dr. Janaki, she emphasized, and how crucial this problem of mental health is. Ma'am, I was surprised that you said 77% of global suicides are in India. It was really alarming. But I think, but I thought if it could have been expressed as per million population, probably our levels might have been lower. Yeah, I think so, because we are a large population. But it was really wonderful, and I think it helped us that we should be aware of our mental health before we can actually take the problems and solve the problems that face all of us. And then, of course, the mango thing which was there. While we are trying to develop these flavor molecules, I think here also, if the people from environmental sciences could come together and address the huge problem of mango peels and kernels which are accumulating and which are causing a lot of problems. So, here you will see plant biochemistry coming in. There you can see people from environmental sciences coming in, product developers coming in. So again, that emphasizes the interdisciplinary nature. And Dr. Rajesh Kumar, I think it was really wonderful to listen to you and to see how well you have developed affordable technologies, and I believe it has helped all of us in India. And particularly the internship program that you mentioned, I think it gives a lot of encouragement to the promising scientists. And may you continue to give us more such molecules and help us to develop give us solutions for problems with which we are still facing some constraints. And thank you so much. And I really appreciate the organizers for devising this program and opening our eyes, particularly the young students. They have heard so much, and I'm sure something or the other would excite them and help them take them further in their careers. Thank you so much, and best of luck to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So with this, summary that we had and the series of talks, we end the first session. We will now immediately move to the roundtable conference. We are running little delayed in time, but we'll have this crux of the most important session that we have is the roundtable conference, which will be open for question answers. It will be the coordinators for this session are Dr. Mansi Mishra and Dr. Shraddha Kulkarni. So over to you, Dr. Mishra and Dr. Kulkarni.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. I welcome all the guest speakers, dignitaries, faculty members, and all the students present here for a panel discussion on advancement in the field of biotechnology for Viksit Bharat 2047. We are delighted to have you all here today for what promises to be an insightful and thought-provoking discussion. Please join me in welcoming all our distinguished panelists on the dais. Dr. Janaki Chintalpati, Scientist F, SIDAC Bangalore. Dr. Ashok Giri sir, Chief Scientist NCL. Dr. Rajesh Singh, Associate Director Genova. Dr. Rekha Singhal, Professor ICT. Dr. Afsar Ahmed, Professor and Director Interdisciplinary Nanotechnology Center, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. Dr. Ashok Khankar sir, CEO Elute USA. Dr. Anima Nanda, Professor and Dean, Satyabhama University, Chennai. We feel honored to have Dr. Ashok Khankar sir as a session chair for today's discussion. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Really sorry to Bhajan, but we have an important thing for the students. So request Dr. Tejaswini to please display the QR code. Students are supposed to scan this QR code and mark their attendance. Really sorry to Bhajan.
Okay, good afternoon again. And we're going to go through a lightning round because we have time constraints. So if you don't mind, and then we have to also give a couple of minutes for questions from the audience. So let me start in the order of the talks. Dr. Janaki, enjoyed your talk very much. You mentioned in your own presentation that mental health has stigmas. What constraints do you find in having students log on and download the app and assess their own mental health? Is there a problem?
Sir, it's a good one. So they can definitely download, they can try themselves. Like it's a kind of self-awareness, self-help kind of tool. Currently there are no challenges. We are supporting multiple concurrent users for login. So they can just register using their mobile number. That is good enough. So even we are taking care of the data privacy aspects where they need not disclose their name, their location, their age and all. Only the mobile number registration is fine. So there are currently no challenges. They can definitely try it out. It's available both for Apple as well as Google, please.
Okay, one quick follow-up.
Yes.
Is there this association with all the variables that you find? Is that correlational or is that causative?
Okay. So you meant to say the genomics part or the...
The association with various aspects of one's social life, one's other aspects of physical and mental well-being, and whether you are really sick or not whether your score is low or not, is that a correlation or is there causation?
So it could be because of both. So it depends on whether it is coming from the biological aspects or it is coming due to the lifestyle or is it because of the socio-economic conditions. So it could be sometimes just causative because of the hereditary aspects or it could be correlation because of our lifestyle habits. So it could be any of these things and I feel it's a mutual thing. So you cannot separate both of them.
Okay.
That is what I feel.
Very good. My next question is to Dr. Giri. I never knew so much about mangoes till I listened to your talk. But fundamentally, hapus, is that a South Asian strain or was it introduced by the Portuguese that came in, I don't know, 1500?
Yeah, so yes, there was a lot of debate, and I think it was brought by the Portugal. That's why it is called Alfonso.
Correct.
Actually. So primary plant is actually in Pune, in Ganeshkhind. And then since they were ruling in the Goa and that region, so that's why they took this to the Goa and that region, and that became popular. So it is actually coming from identified by the Portugal person called Alfonso, and that's why it is Alfonso.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next question is for Dr. Rajesh Singh. Really enjoyed your talk and congratulations, you and your team have done a marvelous job in what I call democratization of advanced technology. Are there stability challenges for your drugs as they get introduced for either cardiovascular therapeutics or cancer therapeutics, or how do you address them? You've obviously done a very good job with thermal stability of mRNA vaccines.
So before the drug gets approved, it definitely gets through the whole screening, and that also includes quite a good screening on stability studies. So as a part of application for drug approval, we do have to submit the stability studies, and based on that only, you get the shelf life definition. So if you are giving a shelf life definition, then definitely the drug is stable to its 100% efficacy.
Wonderful. And follow-up, do you find that as an Indian drug manufacturer, you face special scrutiny when you try to get approvals in Western and developed nations?
You can say it's a mixed feeling. It's just not also, we going there, we face a challenge. Just to give you one example, even Pfizer had a tough time, and CDSCO didn't get approval. And thankfully, they didn't give that, right? Otherwise, we would have been also victimized with the problems that Western world is facing with the Pfizer vaccine. So, any regulatory authority
Sustainability.
Start practicing it right from childhood. There are many programs which are available and where children right from school age till adults and everyone, there are ways by which sustainability can be practiced. It has to become a mindset, and when it becomes a mindset, one can think about projects of how one can further contribute to sustainability. It is very much doable, and if we practice it right, I think we can actually take charge.
Thank you. So all of you young people at the back, I want to make sure that you heard her message and ask her hard questions as to what can you do, okay? This is important. It affects each and every one of us on this planet. Okay, next question is for Dr. Ahmed. You did a great job giving a whole breadth of experience with drug plant-based conjugates. How far do you think you are from a practical clinical therapeutic application?
Hello, we have made a range of nanomaterials, and now our idea is that nanoparticles which we are making from the fungus and plant, they are water dispersible, they don't flocculate, shelf life is very, very high, highly stable, they are not toxic. Our idea is that how we can replace the drugs with the help of nanomaterials. Recently, as Dr. Rajesh told, he worked on the aspergillus. So we thought, because we went to Chandigarh and all the industry people, they asked me, Dr. Afsar, can you prepare something we can replace aspergillus? I told, what is the need of that one? They told it is very important drug for the treatment of blood cancer and all. So then I came to my lab, I thought, can we start something? I worked very hard and finally we got some nanomaterial which we isolated from the plant, because these nanomaterials can absorb the heat, that is hyperthermia of the cancer. So we made anisotropic nanoparticle from a plant which is available only in Mahabaleshwar. The name of the plant is Elysia. We isolated anisotropic silver nanoparticle, and these nanoparticles, when we compared with the aspergillus, we got fantastic result. 5 times more anti-cancer activity as compared to aspergillus. So recently, now our group is mainly working how we can replace the Taxol, vinblastine, vincristin, other anti-cancer drug with the help of plant drug, because that nanoparticle will not just cause toxicity and all. And now all the nanoparticles which are available, we try to make in the bulk quantities, because everywhere we are seeing people are making nanoparticle in milligram or kilogram or gram. We have developed a method by which we can produce nanoparticle in abundance, 100 liters, 200 liters, 300 liters. And just now in Pune, our sons, they started a company. So nano is very, very important. We can replace so many things with the nano. And now we can produce bulk quantities. So we are interested to work on the Alzheimer. Our strength is only nanomaterial synthesis. A range of nanoparticle synthesis we have made. They are water dispersible. All over the world, people are making nanoparticles. They are not water dispersible. The moment you will take, it will flocculate. Shelf life is not very high. And people are making at very high temperature, high pressure. But we have made room temperature. Like copper aluminum oxide, people are making at 1100 degrees centigrade under inert condition. We made a room temperature. Barium titanate from 1800 to 25 degrees centigrade.
So
Thank you, sir.
Do you think, therefore, you're 5 years away from in vivo testing, or 10 years away, or do you have a sense?
Pardon?
Do you have a sense as to how many years away you are from in vivo testing, human testing?
Yeah, actually we tried, but as Rajesh suggested, now we have to go for just animal trials, then the clinical trials. So still we did up to some toxicity assay, and now we are planning, then we can introduce into the market.
Okay.
It will take, I think, maybe 2 or 3 years, and we have to spend so much money on that also.
Wonderful. So you need a collaboration then.
Yeah, we are just, we have some collaboration with like ISAR Mohali, NCCS and all. We are trying to collaborate the people, where we can, like DG, direct controller. So we have talked, our nanometers, they told now you have to pass through the, so now clinical trial are very, very important. We know if we will do the clinical trial, then we can, as a byproduct, we can publish so many papers also.
Yes.
As well as we can't go for the commercialization of that one. It will take some time.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Nanda, antibiotic resistance is a huge problem. You are tackling this in your own way. Is there, in your view, success to be had with developing new antibiotics that will overcome limitations of resistance developed with the older ones?
Sure, sir. I expect that is whatever the lead molecule we have got, that we have given to CDRI Lucknow, so further testings, and if it is getting success, definitely we have a tie-up with a lot of pharmaceutical companies, and we are working with that. Definitely we'll be coming with the nanomedicines to combat these antibiotics.
Very good, very good. I'm going to open it up now to all of you at the back. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, sir, so for the recognition. On behalf of all the students here, like who are working in the research field, I would like to ask that where do students lack in research work, and how can students get exposure to such projects which can help us grow in the industry?
First of all, I would like to say students don't lack anything. If they're coming in the PhD program, definitely they have proven their merit. Yeah, so I understand, like I'm also coming through this own system. Number two, if you're saying like, how to prepare for industry, I would say never do that. Some of them said like, even I said to my son, नौकरी के लिए पढ़ाई नहीं करने का है. If you're doing your PhD or other things, I mean, it's just because you are interested in a subject. Yeah? So, PhD is nothing but you know a lot on very small subject. Definitely it trains you that you are given a problem. And that problem, you have to work on it, you have to think on it, you have to strategize, you have to plan the experiments, you hypothesize and prove that your hypothesis is true or not. Based on that, you design further experiments and keep moving. And then finally compile the results and see like, if it goes in the right way or it's not, the hypothesis was wrong. So that's the thesis, right? And with time, probably, definitely today, like you get peer reviewed and you have to do publications and other things, it's a part of it. But your thesis itself is the one of the biggest publication, remember that. So that's how, under a kind of umbrella, so under protected umbrella, you are doing a research under supervision. After a PhD, probably you may have to go for postdoc or you may not have to go for the postdoc. But if you're going for the postdoc, I always say have a purpose why. 90% of scenario what happens, 99% time, that we just go and grab what is available without thinking if that is aligning with my thought or not. I'll give you an example. One of my friends, he called me long ago, Rajesh, yaar, मेरे को industry में कैसे opportunity मिलेगी? How do I come back? I said, why do you want to come back in industry? He said that his PhD was in Drosophila genetics and fundamental. See, there is a written something science and technology. What is the difference if I ask any student? Why there are two terms? Any one of you? Why there are two terms, science and technology for Viksit Bharat? Why there is a department of science and technology? And they made department of biotechnology. Have you ever thought about it? Science is understanding nature around. Science is understanding nature around what is moving, like Alfonso's, like mental health and other things. And turning to commercialization and integrating engineering with that is a technology. So as he also said, my definition is also the similar thing. Biotechnology is contamination of all subjects. You think about it, you just think about mathematics, engineering, biology, chemistry, everything is inside. So when you're doing your PhD, it's like, it gives you horizon. You're not restricted to one subject, but you're restricted to anything available, the knowledge that you culminate to resolve a problem. So that's a training. PhD is also a training you do as a master's or bachelor's. But this training is how to approach to a problem to get to a given solution, right? So no students are incapable. Everyone is capable, and there is no rule of thumb. Remember this. I mean, it's my opinion that there is a success in academia or there is success in industry. To tell you, my friend Ashok Giri is here. He is in academia, very successful. When I came back after my postdoc, I also joined NCL, and I ran away, and I'm in industry. I'm just saying one thing. So there is no rule of thumb that, if you are in industry, you will be more successful, or you're in academia, it's more successful. It's all about your interest. It's all about your purpose, that where you want to move. I hope I answered you.
Yeah. So your question is like, I mean, what I feel is like the PhD is a training. That's what Rajesh has said. So, I mean, 28 students passed PhD with me, and I feel that more than 50% are in industry. And when I go to the industry, it's amazing to see their contribution. For example, like in my lab, they used to do maybe once in a day PCR. But now when I went to one of the company, I don't want to take name here, but I see that they have now 20 PCRs. And he is handling 10,000 samples per day. So that's the scale up. That's what industry is required. But basic training and having, I will say, a good faith in your work and so on, that really helps. I mean, it's amazing. When I heard that my student went to US, he said that within 6 months he was going by chartered flight. So, it's amazing to see that how your students.
Can I, not answering your question, but I could, but I'm trying. See, I believe science is universal, but technology is not, number one. Secondly, when we go to the industry, the aim of the industry is to get the best product, maximum efficacy at the minimum cost. And you also need inputs of scale up. So what we do in 100 ml beakers and 1000 ml beakers, when you go to 10,000 liters or even 1 lakh liters or 10 lakh liters, it doesn't immediately get reproduced. Replication is not there. So things which work out may not necessarily work out in the industry. The science is correct, but the technology is not. So I feel that one needs to have an idea about what is the concept of scale up, how you can have process economics, because I may have a material, but if it is prohibitively expensive, as Dr. Singh himself said, there are no takers. And then what are the other alternatives? If it is if there is a need, or I am passionate about what I have done for a particular purpose. But if that same purpose can be met by other alternatives, will I be able to survive? When I say other alternatives, at a lower price. So maximum efficacy with minimum price and knowledge of scalability, to my mind, is very important. So it comes to downstream processing. And as I already said, we do a lot of production in India. I think we are not lacking in production. I think we are reasonably self-sufficient. But what we are lacking is its sustainable production. So that is something which I believe youngsters could contribute. And that's what I think so.
Thank you, ma'am.
By nature of work, we are industry, but at heart, we are still academician. So you might have seen in my presentation, so definitely technology products are there, but we also have a publications. So a recent publication was in Nature Medicine, being in industry.
Thank you, the panelists.
I'll still.
So what I feel is you said where students lack, right? So many times I feel when we were students, so we used to always confine ourselves with the textbook knowledge. But now you have lot of data, you have lot of research papers, latest papers. So I request whatever topic you study today, so see what is happening in the literature, latest like 2024, 23 papers, so that you will get an idea where it is being applied. How is it being applied and what is the productivity, what madam said rightly. So you can look at all those figures and you can get inspired and you can come out with your own ideas on what you can do in that field. So I think keep reading on the latest, do literature survey and keep studying on the papers. That is what I feel.
Yeah, thank you. So actually we are really running short of time. So we may have just one last quick question from the audience, and always there is time for discussion during the lunch. So other people who are having questions, please feel free to go to the speakers and discuss and ask your questions. Just one last very quick question from the audience.
So my question is to Janki ma'am. Thank you so much for enlightening.
Bharat. Yeah, I think the first figures, whatever I have shown initially, right? So the mental health challenges, it's very much connected to our genetics also. That is what I have shown in the data, right? So as a biologist, what you can explore is you can see how you can understand the genome, like the profiles. You can do more genomic studies to understand the mental health aspects. But that requires a detailed research on that. So there is a lot of prospects. You can go through 2023, 24 papers on how mental health and different genetic profiles have been mapped, so to get an idea on what research you can pursue in this. So it's a vast area, so it's difficult to say in this.
So any more questions? I think Dr. Anup sir has a question.
So those are commercial challenges. Every company that is out there will always try and shoot down a new competitor. That's guaranteed. What does not ever get in the way is good data. So if you have good data, at the end, like what he said, you will always prevail.
So it's a very good question, especially when people are at startups, like, they fear this question for a lot. And literally what he said, the first thing that is, I would like to emphasize, data is very important. You have to be very good in your science and your technology and your data. I'll give an example. I mean, one of the students, she asked like why you are the only one to have third generation thrombolyte approved for stroke? Why not the others? To tell you, this drug was available since 1994 by Genentech for AMI. And before that, they were making second generation. So what to do with second generation? They kept both the lines. They educated the world that second generation is good for stroke and third generation good for heart attack. And the world learned. So many a times, like also we face the challenge that he also asked, like what are your challenges when you go outside the country? Many a times people think what US thinks or what European thinks, it's like, they are the best. But no, we are also the best, and we have to be. We were taken to the court, High Court, by the innovators, by originators, that we were idiots, our country was idiot to approve third generation thrombolyte for stroke because nowhere it was approved. So the case was on government, not us. Since it was our product, we were also there. And finally, because of our own data, you're right, that's the reason I took over. Because on data, I mean, we could prove to the stroke association that was outside and inside the country that it is the third generation thrombolyte is good for stroke. And after us, I showed you the list of publication, how it rose. The world has accepted. I mean, India is the country that didn't wait for the US to launch 104 satellites. And we are the country, remember students, we are the country, do you know what was the first, satellite transport system? That was for the rocket. Very right, but for the rocket. Dr. Chitnis from Pune, he was carrying that. Bullock cart was the first satellite transport system. Apple satellite was taken on the Bullock cart. World laughed at us on our own space program, but ISRO is the one that is, institution brought very close to my heart. They endured, they worked hard over 30 years, mentored one generation after generation after generation to stand where ISRO is today, taking country leap forward. So that's how, for the students, science and technology for Viksit Bharat is important.
Thank you, panelists. So we had a wonderful morning and with such an insightful discussion. Now I would like to invite Dr. Shilpa to give the vote of thanks.
So it is indeed my pleasure and my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for such illustrious dignitaries on my dais. It is more opportune that this is Guru Purnima, and I'm proposing vote of thanks for my Guru, Dr. Rekha Singhal, who has sessioned the morning session, chaired the morning session. I'm proposing vote of thanks for Dr. Ashok Giri sir, who is my mentor. And I thank all the speakers, Dr. Rajesh Singh, Dr. Ashok Khankar sir, Dr. Ahmed, Anima Nanda ma'am, and Dr. Janaki for giving such a wonderful talk, which has definitely motivated our students. I want to thank my faculty members who have worked hard to make this session a success. I want to thank my volunteers, my student volunteers, all my research scholars who have been working not today, but for last few days. And I want to thank all our audience who have participated so well in this session. Last but not the least, I express my gratitude toward the authorities of NSR who have thought of this wonderful conference, NSRTC, to happen and giving a small part in participating here. Not taking much of your time, lunch is waiting, so I stop here. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now there is a time for group photograph. So first we will have a photograph of the panelists and the higher authorities. But students, you are requested to stay for the group photograph.